Chapter 817. Just as he was thinking, a figure flashed at the door. Xinliang rushed in hurriedly with his shiny bald head. When he saw Chu Yang, he was overjoyed. Divine Dr. Chu is indeed here. In order to deceive others, Xinliang had always addressed Chu Yang as Divine Dr. Chu outside. Chu Yang was shocked and said, "Why are you here today?" Xinliang squinted his eyes and said, "I have an important guest who has a sudden illness. I'd like to invite Divine Dr. Chu to take a look at him. Is that okay?" Chu Yang immediately understood. To be able to make Xinliang come here personally, it's probably that law enforcement master. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Chu Yang said cleanly, "I'll go now." Then he instructed Huang Xiaoliu to guard the door and followed Xinliang out. "I'll carry you." Xinliang obviously didn't want to delay any longer. "Okay. Little brother, the law enforcement master is here." Xinliang lowered his voice excitedly as he carried Chu Yang on his back. "Yes, I've guessed it," Chu Yang said calmly. "I've told the law enforcement master about our matter. He expressed his doubts and even scolded me for sowing discord and suspecting the law enforcement master's pharmacist." Xinliang said. Chu Yang was doubtful. "So, the law enforcement master is very likely to blame you when you go there this time. By then, please be magnanimous and forgive me," Xinliang said worriedly. "I know." Chu Yang smiled deeply. "Then the law enforcement master's injury, little brother, are you confident?" Xinliang asked worriedly. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "If that Tong Wuxin is a spy, he'll definitely lay his hands on the law enforcement master. As long as he's willing to do it, I'll be able to find out. But if Tong Wuxin is innocent and causes us to wrongly accuse him, then there's no other way." Xinliang's galloping body suddenly stopped. "What's the probability of that?" Chu Yang was silent. Then, "Little brother, won't you be in extreme danger this time?" Xinliang became anxious. "How about I send you away immediately?" Chu Yang smiled sincerely. He felt comforted for Xinliang's undisguised true nature at this moment. "It's okay. Even if the law enforcement master wants to kill me, he won't use such a trivial reason, right? Besides, if we suspect the wrong person, we should be punished. What's so difficult about that? Moreover, according to our speculations, the possibility that Tong Wuxin is the traitor is 90% certain." Xinliang finally felt a little relieved and said, "Little brother, don't worry. If we're really wrong and the law enforcement master is furious, I'll protect you even if I have to risk my life." Yes. While they were speaking, they had already arrived at the law enforcement hall. Xinliang put Chu Yang down. Then the two of them walked inside side by side. Qin Baoshan had already come out to welcome them and said, "You're finally here. The law enforcement master threw a tantrum at me just now." As he spoke, he looked at Chu Yang worriedly. "Little brother, are you confident? I see that the law enforcement master is very protective of that Tong Wuxin. If it's better for you to leave as soon as possible." He said these words hurriedly, quickly, and softly. Chu Yang blinked his eyes and smiled. Things have to pass, and we have to face them eventually. Some things can't be avoided. Isn't that so? Xinliang and Qin Baoshan looked solemn. Behind the law enforcement hall, in a small hall, the three of them stepped into the hall. Then they felt darkness in front of them. It seemed that the day had suddenly turned into night. Chu Yang saw a person at first glance. There was only one person in this small hall. And because of this person, it seemed that his existence had covered the entire sky, making this initial afternoon turn into night. This person was wearing a black robe and a black cloak. He was standing quietly with his back facing the door. He stood in front of the seat with his hands clasped behind his back. He raised his head slightly and looked at the words on the wall. He had a head of black hair, and there was only a lock of dazzling, silver-white hair at the back of his head. This person was 8 feet tall and had a straight figure. Although his back was facing the crowd, there was naturally a kind of lofty aura just by looking at his back. He was like a towering mountain that stood quietly. Splendid southeast intercepts the torrent, vast and mighty, overturns the universe for 10,000 years, swallows the heaven and earth, and changes the seasons. This person in black read out the contents of the words on the wall softly with his hands clasped behind his back. He said lightly, "Sha Xinliang, do you know the contents of this word?" Although his back was facing the three of them, there was still an imposing aura when he opened his mouth. It was as if a mountain was pressing down from the sky. Sha Xinliang said carefully, "I vaguely remember that when the Dharma Supreme was patrolling the southeast, the biggest river in the southeast, Tinshui River, met with torrential rain and torrent. Many places in the southeast were affected. At that time, the Dharma Supreme used his heavenly skills to intercept the torrent, move mountains from all directions, and create the biggest lake in the heavens. That's the Heavenly Venerable Lake. After that, the Dharma Supreme used his heavenly skills to open up the passage to the sea with one punch and let the excess lake water flow into the sea, saving billions of lives in the southeast. This is the greatest merit in the world." After the incident, the Dharma Supreme wrote this poem. In the future, the Southeast Law Enforcement Hall will hang this poem in every hall to show our infinite reverence for the Dharma Supreme. Sha Xinliang said with fear and trepidation. However, Chu Yang's heart was almost numb from shock. Torrential rain ravaged the southeast, and the Dharma Supreme moved mountains to form a lake? Open up the passage to the sea with one punch? What kind of cultivation is this? Even if it's a fairy tale, it shouldn't be so abnormal, right? The person in black sighed and said, "Yes, the Dharma Supreme was patrolling the southeast 300 years ago and achieved this legendary feat. This also made the reputation of the law enforcement officers even more prominent in the world. However, this is not the power of the Dharma Supreme alone, but the hard work of countless law enforcement officers." "Yes," Sha Xinliang said respectfully. "So, I don't need to say more about what the three words law enforcement officers represent," the person in black said lightly, "but a great dike can collapse because of an ant's nest. If the law enforcement officers suspect each other, then the painstaking efforts of the Dharma Supreme and his unparalleled achievements in the past will eventually become a thing of the past." Yes, Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang were sweating profusely. They knew that the law enforcement master was warning them. "The little guy behind you is the so-called divine Dr. Chuyang, right?" the law enforcement master asked lightly. "Yes," Chuyang said. "Haha. You dare to call yourself a divine doctor at such a young age? You even dare to point fingers at the Southeast law enforcement officers and sow discord. How should you be punished?" The law enforcement master's tone was very light, but whether it was Chu Yang, Sha Xinliang, or Qin Baoshan, all of them could sense the crisis and depression in his voice. A faint murderous intent spread quietly in the room. Obviously, the law enforcement master had the intention to kill this divine doctor who appeared out of nowhere and was suspected of sowing discord. Crime? I admit that I don't, but I can be considered as having made a contribution. Chu Yang said quietly. Made a contribution. Where is the contribution? The law enforcement master said coldly. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're guilty? Chu Yang didn't give in. The law enforcement master became silent. The atmosphere in the entire room seemed to have solidified at the moment when he became silent. What I said is true evidence. The law enforcement master's voice became colder and colder. This divine doctor's pair of eyes is also the real evidence. Chu Yang sneered. To say something arrogant, my pair of eyes and one finger are unique in the whole world. Arrogant? The law enforcement master snorted lightly. Let me see what you're capable of. The meaning of this sentence was obvious, but Qin Baoshan and Sha Xinliang's hearts were beating at the same time. They secretly complained, Your back is facing us, and we can only see the back of your head. How can you see what he's capable of when he's dressed in black? Chu Yang became silent. He looked carefully at the back of the figure in black from top to bottom and said softly, "Law enforcement master, you're indeed worthy of your reputation." "Worthy of my reputation." The law enforcement master chuckled. "How can you tell that I'm worthy of my reputation?" Chu Yang said lightly, "Your cultivation is extraordinary. You're so young, but you still have black hair and a youthful face. There's only a lock of white hair at the back of your head. I really admire you." When he said this, even Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan noticed that the law enforcement master's body suddenly stiffened. The two of them couldn't help but feel nervous. The black robe flashed, and it was as if the whole world had turned from night to day. The law enforcement master finally turned around. When he turned around, it actually gave people the feeling that there were two worlds in front of him. This was a thin face. His eyes were like an eagle's, and his whole body carried an aura that kept strangers away. A cold and ruthless aura could be clearly felt from his face. Thick eyebrows and a square face. His black hair was combed on his head. His black headscarf was the same color as his hair. His face was slightly dark, but he didn't have any beard. At this moment, his sharp eyes were staring closely at Chu Yang's face. Chu Yang only felt that his face was constantly being pricked by steel needles, and there were bursts of unbearable pain. A martial saint expert. This is the power of a martial saint expert, and he's definitely not a low-stage martial saint. Facing such an expert, Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief, because you've finally turned around. You've let me see your face. All kinds of illnesses in the human body could be seen from one's face. When the law enforcement master was looking at Chu Yang was also looking at him without dodging. "Is there anything else?" The law enforcement master asked quietly. "Law enforcement master, your forehead is full. It's commonly known as a full and round forehead. This is the sign of longevity." But Chu Yang looked at him without blinking and said, "Although your face is rosy, there's a touch of darkness on your forehead. If I'm not wrong, you'll definitely have a headache every once in a while." Chu Yang said softly, "Although it's not fatal, it's completely bearable. After one time, it won't recur for a long time. But that feeling is probably not good. Even with your martial saint level martial power, you won't be able to suppress it." Chu Yang still looked carefully and said, "No, it's not that you can't suppress it, but that you can't suppress it at all. Because once you suppress it, the injury will spread and endanger your brain." The law enforcement master didn't express his opinion. His eyes were as deep and cold as a deep pool of water. Without moving, he said lightly, "Is there anything else?" Begging for monthly votes. Sister Feng has returned to her parents' home. Tonight, I'll work overtime to write more chapters. I'll continue to work hard. It might be a little late. Hashtag. Chapter 8:18. Part 7, Chapter 14, Beyond Expectation. There are more, Chu Yang said with certainty. And there are too many. The law enforcement master said calmly, "Continue." Chu Yang laughed and said, "Then I'll say one more thing. Law enforcement master's face is a little dark. It seems that you have a normal complexion. However, dare I ask, your complexion wasn't like this decades ago, right?" The law enforcement master looked at Chu Yang. His eyes were as sharp as ever, but he didn't say anything. Generally speaking, in the process of cultivation, a martial artist will undergo a few rounds of cleansing. After reaching the saint level, one will be able to maintain one's youthful appearance. This is because all the impurities in one's body will be gone, and one will be able to connect the bridge of heaven and earth in one go. If you're willing, you can even maintain your 30 to 40 years old appearance until the last moment of your life. After the martial saint level, the supreme martial artist can even rejuvenate the body. Chu Yang smiled. Of course, at that time, it will be up to each person to decide. Moreover, people above the saint level don't have many requirements for their appearance. However, the law enforcement master's expression is definitely not normal. Instead, it should have become tender and white after the saint-level cleansing. It wasn't until he suffered some kind of injury that his face turned black. Chu Yang said frankly and with assurance, "Although this kind of injury only shows that your face turns black, there must be some blockage in your meridians." The law enforcement master's expression remained unchanged. She just stared at him. However, the murderous aura in the air had already dissipated without a trace. Only that oppressive feeling remained. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he had finally passed the first hurdle, but the second hurdle would test his true level. As expected, the law enforcement master said in a deep voice, "You do have some ability. Although it's too exaggerated to say that you're invincible in the heavens, you're already worthy of being called a divine doctor. However, this is still not enough. I know that this isn't enough for the law enforcement chief today. However, it's enough for me to have a foothold in this heavenly layer, or even in this flat mountain ridge, or even the entire southeast region." Chu Yang smiled lightly. The law enforcement master closed his eyes and said, "But it's not enough." Chu Yang smiled elegantly and said, "Since it's not enough, may I ask the law enforcement master to extend your hand and let me take your pulse?" The law enforcement master looked at him for a while and said in a deep voice, "Do you know the consequences of feeling the pulse?" Chu Yang said proudly, "If the law enforcement master didn't want to kill me right from the start, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. In that case, I really have no interest in taking your pulse." The law enforcement master narrowed his eyes. "Oh." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Law enforcement officers are indeed the masters of the heavens and take care of all the injustices in the world. However, I have a defensive technique that is enough for me to conquer the world. It has nothing to do with me." He chuckled. "However, I can't bear the crime of sowing discord within the law enforcement officers, so I can only force a duck onto a perch. Let's clear this accusation first. As for the truth, I dare not speak nonsense." The law enforcement master smiled slightly and said, "Oh, what do you mean?" Chu Yang said straightforwardly, "As long as my medical skills can be recognized, then even if all the law enforcement officers are dead, what does it have to do with me?" Upon hearing this extremely unpleasant sentence, the law enforcement master was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. This sudden laughter gave Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan, who were worried about Chu Yang, a huge fright. Their hair almost stood on end. The law enforcement master stepped forward and came to Chu Yang. He said, "Follow me." The three of them followed behind him and entered the small hall at the back. The law enforcement master smiled and said, Sit. Xinliang, go and make tea." After a smile, the sky cleared up immediately. Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan were instantly overjoyed. But Chu Yang knew that his crisis was far from over. Although the law enforcement master's attitude was cordial, the sudden change still made it ambiguous. But Chu Yang had something to rely on. Chu Yang's reliance was a sentence that Sha Xinliang had once said. 12 years ago, the law enforcement master chased after a martial saint. Although he succeeded in killing the martial saint in the end, he was also badly injured and almost died. There was a lot to be done with these words. A martial saint expert had the cultivation to heal himself. Ordinary injuries would be healed in a few days. Even if his muscles and bones were injured, it wouldn't be a big deal because his cultivation was high. To be able to injure himself so badly that he almost lost his life, that was an injury that even a saint-level cultivator could do nothing about. Since it was so serious, it must have hurt his foundation. Since his foundation was hurt, how could there be no repercussions? The more difficult it was for a person to get injured, the more serious the injury would be once he suffered an injury that he couldn't heal himself. Not long after, Sha Xinliang served the tea. Each of them had a cup. The fragrance of the tea rose in spirals, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. The law enforcement master picked up the teacup with one hand, and the lines on his face became gentler. He said, "Divine Dr. Chu, please." Chu Yang said, "You don't have to be so polite." He also picked up a cup. The law enforcement master sniffed the fragrance of the tea and said, "Good tea." He drank a mouthful, closed his eyes, and savored the aftertaste. Then he said, "Divine Dr. Chu, you may not know my name. I'm Han Shaoran. This name is a little soft, so I won't mention it easily. But I'll never forget it, because this is the name that my mother gave me." His face seemed to be a little blurred in the steam. Chu Yang said softly, "Your mother must be a talented woman." The law enforcement master, Han Shaoran, gave a nostalgic smile and let out a long sigh. He said disappointedly, "My mother has left me for more than 1,300 years. But every time I write my name on the paper, I'll remember the scene when my mother held my hand and taught me how to write my name. My heart will suddenly soften. So, I've been a law enforcement officer for many years. But I'll always be lenient to those who are filial to their mothers and have committed crimes because of filial piety. The law is heartless, but people have feelings." Han Shaoran sighed deeply. Who doesn't have parents, wife, and children? We law enforcement officers are not afraid of blood debts, but we must have a clear conscience. If there's a day when your soul returns to heaven, don't regret it before you die. As he said, he looked at Xia Xinliang intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, this sentence was meant as a warning. Chu Yang was in awe of him. Chu Yang could tell that Han Xiaoran's words were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. No wonder his prestige was so high in the southeast region. You must have a clear conscience. If there's a day when your soul returns to heaven, don't regret it before you die. These words had really struck a chord with Chu Yang. Xia Xinliang was also shocked. He stood up and said, "I'll definitely remember the law enforcement master's teachings." Han Shaoran nodded slightly. He pressed his palm down and motioned for Xia Xinliang to sit down. He said a little sadly, "It's a pity that law enforcement officers have become more and more powerful in the past thousands of years. But now, how many of them are able to do things with a clear conscience? The entire world is filled with a foul atmosphere." He sighed deeply and said, "I'm in charge of the southeast region, and this is my duty. I can only do my best to build up the southeast region. As for the others, haha." He smiled and said, "We've digressed from the topic. Well, that Tong Wuxin was recommended to me by the third master of the Shi clan, Shirpatian. Tong Wu Xian had lost his father when he was young. His widowed mother had raised him up. Although Tong Wu Xian himself was unbearable and had a bad reputation of being a heartless killer, he had done his best for his mother and was extremely filial to her. Because of his filial piety and his excellent medical skills, I accepted him into the southeast region." He looked at Chu Yang quietly. "Divine Dr. Chu, do you understand what I mean?" Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "I'm slow-witted. I don't fully understand." Han Shaoran appreciated his frankness very much. He smiled and said, "The law enforcement officers have their own doctors, and they're all the family members of the law enforcement officers. They're selected by the headquarters and sent to the Medicine Valley to learn medicine. When they return, they'll be assigned to different places. So, the law enforcement hall doesn't allow external doctors." Chu Yang was stunned. "Then why?" Han Shaoran smiled. "That year, the doctors were nervous. There was chaos in the southeast region, and the law enforcement officers suffered heavy casualties. I had to deal with 2 martial saints at the same time. I had no time to spare. So, I accepted Shi Potion's recommendation. When I came back with serious injuries, it was Tong Wuxin who tried his best to treat me. And I stayed. Firstly, I've also thought about whether or not. So I decided to wait and see. Secondly, I intentionally owed Shurpatian a favor. Yes, but after so many years, some of my thoughts have already faded. Han Shaoran looked at Chu Yang. Do you understand now? He said it very vaguely, but Chu Yang already understood what he meant. It wasn't that he didn't have any doubts about Tong Wuxin, or it could be said that he didn't have his guard up against the Shur clan. And what he said now wasn't because he wanted to confide in Chu Yang, but to further exert pressure on Chu Yang. But although Chu Yang understood, he still didn't understand where the pressure came from. He could faintly tell that this Tong Wuxin didn't seem to be so simple. Han Shaoran looked at Chu Yang lightly. After a while, he stretched out his wrist and said, "Divine Doctor, please feel my pulse." Chu Yang didn't know why, but when he looked at Han Shaoran's arm, he actually felt his heart become heavy. He took a deep breath and said, "Since that's the case, I'll try my best to check it." He stretched out his finger and placed it on Han Shaoran's wrist. Then he closed his eyes and looked solemn. The power of the sword spirit carried out a comprehensive check on Han Shaoran's body at this moment. Chu Yang's face slowly became heavy and ugly. Even he himself did not expect that the diagnosis this time would be such a result. Han Shaoran looked at his face and smiled. "Divine, Dr. Chu?" Chu Yang let out a breath and said, "What an ingenious method." Han Shaoran laughed. "I'm best friends with the great elder of the Medicine Valley." After a moment of silence, Chu Yang said, "It turns out that the law enforcement master also knows something." Fourth update, begging for votes. Chapter 819. Han Shaoran smiled lightly and said, "That year I first killed the 5th stage martial saint, Cheng Mofeng, and then captured the 8th stage peak mad blade poison saint, Nan Kongyan. My internal organs were severely injured and my head was shaken. Furthermore, I was inflicted with Nan Kongyun's unique poison technique, which penetrated deep into my internal organs. It was Tong Wuxin who treated my injuries, and after that I became ill. That invisible poison couldn't be removed completely, and I need to be treated once a year. Until now," he smiled faintly and said, "that kind of feeling is not pleasant." Chu Yang said in surprise, "Invisible poison? You're saying that your poison is invisible." Han Shaoran's body shook violently, and he suddenly straightened up. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Chu Yang without speaking for a long time. Then he said heavily, "What do you mean?" Chu Yang pondered for a moment and asked, "Did the great elder of the Medicine Valley also say that this is invisible poison?" Han Shaoran's face turned cold. He took a deep breath and said, "You mean this is an invisible poison?" Chu Yang was silent for a moment and said, "Poison is something that makes people pale in fright. It's also impossible to guard against experts. But the scariest part of poison is that it's used, not the poison itself." Han Shaoran's face was cold and stiff. He sat stiffly and didn't speak. Head Deacon F.A. went to chase after Nan Kongyan, so he naturally knew about Nan Kongyun's invisible poison. Therefore, I don't believe that Chief Enforcer F.A. will go over without any preparations. Chu Yang said softly. Han Shaoran's eyes froze, and he said in a low voice, "That's right. To deal with the mad blade poison saint, if one wasn't prepared and didn't have the confidence to dodge his poison technique, one would only be courting death. When I went there that year, not only was I equipped with the antidote personally given by the Dharma Supreme, but I also had the all-dispelling pill from the Medicine Valley. Besides, I was also wearing the purple silk clothes." Chu Yang said, "Head Deacon F.A. forgot the most important thing, which is that you're also carrying the cultivation of a peak martial saint." Han Shaoran didn't speak. He had already said that he had captured Nan Kongyan, who was an 8th stage peak martial saint. Then, wouldn't he be at least an 8th stage martial saint? As far as I know, even if a martial saint doesn't have such tight protection, as long as one's cultivation is used, no matter whether it's invisible poison or visible poison, it's useless. Chuyang said. Han Shaoran was silent for a long time before he said, "You're right." "But you were poisoned," Chuyang coldly emphasized. This sentence was very ordinary, but it was a conclusion. "Yes, I was poisoned." Han Shaoran stood up and paced slowly. His face was as cold as iron. At this moment, he seemed to be wearing an ice mask. He said slowly, "When I came back, I felt discomfort all over my body. I didn't consider that it was poison at that time, because I'm confident that even if Nan Kongyin used poison during the battle, he wouldn't have succeeded. However, after Tong Wuxin diagnosed me, he said that it was an invisible poison. Moreover, all the symptoms were the same as Nan Kongyun's invisible poison. At that time, I had captured Nin Kongyun alive. Under torture, Nin Kongyun investigated for me and confirmed it without a doubt. It is indeed an invisible poison." Han Shaoran smiled and said, "But there's no antidote for invisible poison." "That's why you can only rely on Tong Wuxin to heal you," Chu Moyang said. That's right. That's right. From then on, your invisible poison started to take root in your body. Every year it would break out," Chuyang continued. Han Shaoran stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "That's right." "So, every year when it breaks out, it's Tong Wuxin who suppresses it for you," Chuyang pressed on. Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan, who were at the side, were sweating profusely as they listened to the conversation between the two of them. Both of them felt that the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more oppressive and ghastly. They almost couldn't breathe, as if they would faint from suffocation at any time. "That's right." Han Shaoran put his hands behind his back and turned his back to Chuyang, but the joints of his hands were already a little white. "So, over the years, your skin color became darker. But as a chief enforcer and a man, you didn't notice it at first. Or you were only reminded by me now." Chuyang's voice was indifferent. "That's right," Han Shaoran said again. "So, one day, your hair turned from completely black to a touch of silver. And this touch of silver can't be removed. And if I'm not wrong, your scalp under this touch of silver is already necrotic. This silver hair doesn't grow from your scalp, but directly from your brain." Chuyang said quickly, "Everything you said is right." Han Shaoran stood upright and motionless. "Ever since you got injured, your cultivation hasn't improved at all, right?" Chuyang asked. "No, there are still some signs of it slipping," Han Shaoran said. "A martial saint expert is already considered to be at the peak. You fought with 2 martial saints consecutively within a year, but you didn't have any enlightenment?" Chuyang asked again. "Yes." Han Shaoran was very straightforward. "I had a state of mind, enlightenment, but I couldn't make any progress." "So you once suspected?" Chuyang was silent for a while and said, "You once went to the great elder of the Medicine Valley to verify it?" "Yes," Han Shaoran admitted. "What did the great elder of the Medicine Valley say?" Chuyang asked. Han Shaoran was silent. After going 1 round, he still came back to this question. But compared to the question at the beginning, whether it was the state of mind or the atmosphere, it was completely different. This time, this question was filled with murderous intent. Han Shaoran was silent for a long time before he slowly said in a low voice. At that time, he said that this was like an invisible poison. But he didn't know this poison, and he couldn't cure it. Chuyang frowned and asked an irrelevant question. "Is the great elder of the Medicine Valley and the high priest the same person?" "No," Han Shaoran replied lightly. "Yes," Chuyang pondered. The two of them, one sitting and the other standing, were both in deep thought. No one said anything. The atmosphere in the room fell into a dead silence. Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, but they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this point, the truth was on the verge of being revealed. After a long time, Han Shaoran turned around gently. His face was still calm and his eyes were still deep. He looked at Chu Yang deeply and asked, "Divine Dr. Chu, what do you think?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. It was Chu Yang's original plan to stir up trouble here. It was Chu Yang's ideal goal to make use of the Southeast law enforcers to deal with the Shi clan. But there was a prerequisite for this goal. The law enforcer must not have any internal injuries. Then, Chu Yang would use this as a pretext to make a fuss and use a despicable means to achieve his goal. But now he only felt sad, because after he met Han Xiaoran, although the other party had always had murderous intent towards him, his integrity and toughness from the bottom of his heart made Chu Yang respect him. If Tong Wuxin really wasn't a spy, Chu Yang even intended to let this matter go. He could use endless despicable means to achieve his goal and achieve his expectations. But there was a psychological bottom line and prerequisite. He would only do this when dealing with despicable people and enemies. Facing an upright and righteous law enforcer like Han Xiaoran, an emotionless law enforcer, a filial son who still cherished his mother 1,300 years after her death, and an elder whose character was worthy of respect. Chu Yang couldn't bring himself to do this. However, the world was just so bizarre. Just when Chu Yang was about to give up, things took a turn for the worse. Everything was developing according to Chu Yang's expectations. It was impossible for him not to make use of it. What made him sad was that he couldn't cure Han Xiaoran's injury now. And Han Xiaoran was obviously a straightforward person who would rather break than bend. And after such a long time, he no longer cared about life and death. He would never accept Tong Wuxin's threats, and would never accept Tong Wuxin's kindness. Once it was revealed, Tong Wuxin would definitely die. The battle between the Shi clan and the law enforcer would definitely start. Han Xiaoran would definitely die. Divine Dr. Chu? Han Xiaoran smiled and looked at Chu Yang. He said softly, "I'm waiting for your answer." "It would be a pity if the law enforcer were to die," Chu Yang said softly. Everyone wasn't stupid. Just this sentence alone was enough for them to understand. Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan's faces suddenly changed. They stood up and stared at Chu Yang, trembling all over. "Yes, I understand now." Han Xiaoran's face didn't change. He walked slowly back to his seat and sat down. He stared at the green tea and said in a low voice, "I, Han Xiaoran, started learning martial arts when I was young. At the age of 23, I became an emperor. At the age of 15, I became a monarch. It took me 1,200 years to reach the peak of the saint level. I'm only one step away from the supreme level." His words were heavy, and so were the others. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. What kind of genius is he to become an emperor at the age of 23? It only took him 42 years to become a monarch from an emperor. But with such aptitude, it took him 1,200 years to reach the peak of the saint level from a monarch. Han Xiaoran's face relaxed. He poured himself a cup of tea and said, "I became a law enforcer at the age of 30. I've killed 17,833 Emperor-level villains, 150 Monarch-level villains, and 107 Saint-level villains. No one escaped, and no one was wronged." He laughed. "As a law enforcer, I can't avoid killing people, but I have a conscience book. Every time I kill a person, I record down. It's clear what crime they committed and why they were killed. Even after killing, I still have to investigate. For 1,200 years, I haven't killed anyone wrongly. My heart is at ease." Han Xiaoran smiled faintly. Sha Xinliang said in a hoarse voice, "Director! Director!" Han Xiaoran sat still. He flicked his sleeves and sneered proudly. "I'm saying all this to say, I, Han Xiaoran, have a clear conscience. I'm not ashamed of anything. I can be dignified and unrestrained in the heavenly court. I can also face the king of hell in the netherworld." He sneered. "Tong Wuxin wants to use such means to make me lower my head? You also have to persuade me to bear with it for the time being. It's fine before I know. But now that I know, How can I, Han Shaoran, be someone who can be controlled by others? Chapter 820. Upon hearing this, Sha Xinliang's face was full of despair. Qin Baoshan's face was also gloomy. They had long known about Chief Enforcer Min Fei's unyielding temper, and wanted to use his unyielding temper to expose this conspiracy. But they never expected that after exposing the conspiracy, the price they had to pay was Chief Enforcer Min Fei's life. If they had known this earlier, they would rather die than do this. Chu Yang was shocked. He had a clear conscience in his life, and he had no qualms about looking up to the heavens and looking down to the earth. In the heavenly court, I can be dignified and unrestrained. In the netherworld, I can also face the king of hell. What an upright life. Do I really have to watch such a good man die? How pitiful was that? But I can't expose my identity. Chu Yang's heart was conflicted. Qin Baoshan sighed deeply and said, Chief Enforcer Min Fei, please reconsider. Chu Yang sighed and said, Chief Enforcer Min Fei's temper is really too unyielding. Han Shaoran smiled and said, Who doesn't yearn for life when death is near? For so many years, those who killed the Chief Enforcer under my command all begged for mercy when they were about to die. Why? It's just because of this mortal world. I'm not an exception, he said quietly, but living depends on how you live. Dragging out an ignoble existence and living with a clear conscience are two different things. I've lived for more than 1,300 years with a clear conscience. Do I have to be restrained and listen to other people's orders at my last moment? What a joke! Even if it's a conspiracy, it's still not possible. Han Shaoran picked up his teacup and said, Tomorrow I'll rush back to the Southeast headquarters and report to the Dharma Supreme. I'll completely clean up the Southeast. Since Tong Wuxin dared to lay his hands on me, he definitely won't let off the others. Maybe some people have already started to work for him under his coercion. In the long run, won't the Southeast belong to the Chief Enforcer Min Fei become the world of the Shi clan? His expression was cold and hard as he said, The Shi family secretly sent people down for 3 days and interfered in the battle at the Lake of Despair. After they returned, I suggested that they be punished, but they were covered up. This time, the Shi family won't have it easy in my hands. Sha Xinliang said, Lord Sha Fe, this matter shouldn't be rushed. In my opinion, since Divine Dr. Chu can detect it, he might be able to treat it. If Chief Executive Fa fully recovers, then we can hide in the dark and pretend that we don't know anything. With the smallest price, we can completely eliminate the enemy. This lowly one believes that this is a foolproof plan. He raised his head. If we have to pay the price of Head Enforcer Fa's precious body to eliminate the traitors, then in the future, our entire Southeast, without Head Enforcer Fa, what will happen? This humble one's heart chills just thinking about it. Han Shaoran smiled and said, Divine Dr. Chu can see it, but I didn't ask if it can be cured. Do you find it strange? Sha Xinliang nodded. Han Shaoran said, If Divine Dr. Chu could cure him, he wouldn't be deliberately mystifying it this time. So, I decided not to ask so as not to embarrass Divine Dr. Chu. But the two of you insisted that I make it clear. Sha Xinliang was in despair at once. He looked at Chu Yang pleadingly and said, Little brother, is Head Enforcer Fa's injury really incurable? Chu Yang pondered. Seeing him pondering, Sha Xinliang's eyes lit up and revealed a hopeful look. This poison of Head Enforcer Fa isn't an invisible poison, but a shadowless poison. Chu Yang pondered and said, Although the shadowless poison isn't as cruel as the invisible poison, it's a kind of mixed poison. In the initial stage of the attack, it's exactly the same as the invisible poison, so it's suspected to be a fake. This poison should be directly implanted into the body during the treatment. Because of this, it's particularly difficult to treat. And after a long time, the brain has already begun to rot. Generally speaking, it's a terminal illness. In this case, even Tong Wuxin's annual treatment can't be delayed for too long. It definitely won't be delayed for more than 5 years. So, if there's any conspiracy, it must be within 5 years. Is there no hope at all for head enforcer, F.A.? Sha Xinliang asked in despair. Chu Yang pondered and said, actually, there's still a way to treat head enforcer F.A.'s injury. But there's no such way. What way? Sha Xinliang was shocked. The first way is the heavy pill of the tribulation, Swordmaster. Chu Yang frowned and said, if there's a heavy pill, head enforcer F.A. can not only recover, but also improve his martial power. Han Sharan smiled and said, Divine Dr. Chu's words make me excited, but it's equivalent to not saying anything. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. The second way is to use the force of extreme yin, extreme yang, extreme evil, and extreme poison to completely suppress this shadowless poison. Then, a supreme martial artist will use a pure martial art to open the bridge between heaven and earth and force the shadowless poison out. Because the poison has already entered the brain and infected the heart meridians. Except for the supreme martial artist's ability to control it, no one below the level of a supreme martial artist can do anything about it. Moreover, head enforcer F.A. is already a martial saint. No one below the level of a supreme martial artist can open his meridians. Chu Yang said, Supreme martial artist, we have a few head enforcers. If it really doesn't work, Lord Dharma Supreme won't watch the head enforcer die so young. But those 4 heavenly treasures, the power of extreme yin, the power of extreme yang, the power of extreme evil, and the power of extreme poison, what are they? Sha Xinliang asked. Han Sharan sighed sadly and said, there's no such way. Why? Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan asked at the same time. The power of extreme yin is the mysterious ice jade paste of the great miracle medicine. The power of extreme yang is the mysterious yang jade marrow of the great miracle medicine. The power of extreme evil is the evil illusion, mysterious jade of the great miracle medicine. The power of extreme poison is the heaven poison jade of the great miracle medicine. Han Sharan laughed and said, The mysterious ice jade essence has always only existed in legends. It's said that many years ago the Diwu clan, which is a vassal of the Zhuge clan, once got the mysterious jade essence ginseng, but there's no evidence. So it was left unsettled. There's a piece of mysterious heaven divine essence in the headquarters of the head enforcers. Other than that, no one has seen the others in the past 10,000 years. Sha Xinliang lowered his head as if he had lost his parents. It was more difficult to find these 4 elixirs than to find the master of the tribulation sword. At least, there was a real master of the tribulation sword. But these 4 elixirs had always only existed in legends. Whether they really existed or not was still uncertain. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, Actually, the head enforcer, Mr. F.A., said too much. If the treatment of the shadowless poison requires 4 kinds of mysterious ice jade essence ginseng, then it's overestimating the shadowless poison. It only needs the accompanying creatures of the mysterious ice jade essence ginseng. For example, the profound ice jade core that comes with the profound ice jade paste, the profound yang jade core that comes with the profound yang jade essence, the evil illusion jade core that comes with the evil illusion profound jade core, and the heaven poison jade core that comes with the heaven poison jade crystal. Although Chu Yang said so, everyone still felt depressed. What's the difference between finding these 4 elixirs and finding those 4 elixirs? It's also as difficult as ascending to heaven. Han Shaoran was silent for a while and said, Illusory means that this is fate. Since this is the case, what I can do is to perish together with it. When he said the words perish together, his face was calm, but he paused after every word. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, Actually, Mr. F.A., you don't have to do this. I don't have the ability to cure your illness for the time being, but it's still possible to suppress it for a while. At this moment, he finally made up his mind to help Han Shaoran. Not for other reasons, but for that sentence. If you have a clear conscience in your life, don't regret when you're about to die. Why should he care so much when facing such a man? Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were both overjoyed. Sha Xinliang rushed over and grabbed Chu Yang's hand. His eyes were filled with tears. Little brother, you, little brother. He kept saying little brother, but his heart was moved and he couldn't say anything. Han Shaoran looked at Sha Xinliang's moved expression and sighed softly, but his eyes were moist. A trace of warmth slipped from his eyes. His face also became gentle. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I can use the acupuncture technique to seal the decayed part at the back of the head and pierce the heart meridian to seal the lock. Then, I can supplement it with medicine to put it to sleep. Finally, I can use extreme cold to suppress it. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This method can guarantee 10 years of health. But if I use it again after 10 years, it can only guarantee 5 years. If I can't find the Tribulation's Swordmaster and the 4 miraculous medicines after 20 years, there's nothing I can do. Han Shaoran smiled contentedly and said, I'm already satisfied with 2 years of time, let alone 20 years. A real man only needs to be carefree and do what he wants to do. 1 day is enough. He stood up and bowed deeply to Chu Yang. He said solemnly, I'm grateful for your kindness to grant me 20 years of life. Chu Yang nodded and took out an antique necklace. It looked like it had been worn for a long time as it was rusty. Below the necklace, there were 2 small jade plates. Once they were separated, they immediately changed. One of them was filled with fog and chilliness. The other was filled with heat waves. Chu Yang ordered the sword spirit to make it. With the sword spirit's ability, it was easy to make such an antique necklace. It looked like it was excavated from an ancient tomb thousands of years ago. The eyes of Sha Xinliang and the other 2 lit up at the same time. Han Shaoran was shocked. Xian ice jade. Xian yang jade. Yes, Chu Yang said softly. He looked at the jade pendants with infinite preciousness and said, These 2 jade pendants were hung around the neck of a skeleton in the cave when I accidentally fell into the cave and obtained the inheritance of the medical book. I've always regarded them as treasures and have never shown them to anyone. As he said, he handed the necklace over. Deacon F.A., wear this necklace to protect your heart meridian. Although it can expel poison, it can suppress the traceless poison. Then, disperse your cultivation. With my acupuncture, you'll be safe for 10 years. Han Shaoran was touched and said, This is a priceless treasure. I'll accept your gift. How can I repay you? He did not decline pretentiously, nor did he hypocritically decline. Instead, he generously accepted it. Chu Yang smiled. Deacon F.A., if you feel apologetic, I also have something that I need your help with. Han Shaoran's face turned serious, and he said, Divine Dr. Chu, please say it. Chu Yang smiled and said, Someone has invited me to a banquet tonight. I'm afraid that my life will be in danger if I go, but I can't not go. Deacon F.A., you'll be my guest. Take it as the fee for this visit. We're even. Han Shaoran laughed and said, Since you want a drink, I'll accompany you to drink to your heart's content tonight. Chapter 821. Although Han Shaoran said so, he knew in his heart that he owed Chu Yang too much. But since Chu Yang didn't claim the credit, Han Shaoran thanked him profusely, which would make him seem like a stickler for formalities. Friends should only be made in the future. It was better not to say anything than to say it now. So, he only remembered it in his heart and didn't say anything. He only changed the way he addressed them to elder brother and little brother to show that they were friends despite the difference in age. Sha Xinliang and the others knew the weight of Han Xiaoran's elder brother and little brother. They looked at Chu Yang with joy in their eyes. Chu Yang's heart was moved. Looking at the three's eyes, he suddenly felt warm. This kind of feeling had never arisen since he separated from Gu Duxing and the others. Law Enforcement Master, I'm very honored to be called little brother by you, Chu Yang smiled. Han Xiaoran was silent for a while and said, For so many years, ever since my brother disappeared and turned into a midnight dream, I, Han Xiaoran, have never called anyone brother. Law enforcement officers have great responsibilities, and they can't form cliques. Han Xiaoran smiled bitterly. The human heart needs to be comforted. Even a heart of stone needs to be soft at times. This is a human need, not a transaction of interests. Han Xiaoran said in a low voice, Just like how little brother didn't want to suppress it for me at the beginning, because you clearly know how much trouble you'll get into. But in the end, I still resolutely took action. It's not because I, Han Xiaoran, have deep feelings for you, nor because I, Han Xiaoran, have promised you wealth and glory. It's just because I, Han Xiaoran, have been upholding justice for 1,200 years. This recognition is conscience, Han Xiaoran said seriously, especially the last word, conscience. What I, Han Xiaoran, value the most in my life is conscience. So, for this word, I, Han Xiaoran, am willing to make friends with you. Han Xiaoran smiled gently. Little brother, you've seen the part of my heart that outsiders can't see the most. And I've also seen your pure heart. You didn't save me because of my power, and I didn't make friends with you because of your medical skills. So, if you don't mention the price, I won't mention it either. Han Xiaoran said, When making friends, firstly, it's pleasing to the eye, and secondly, it's in the heart. There's no point in talking too much, but a cup of wine is enough. Well said. These words made Chu Yang radiant with joy. Elder brother, tonight I will drink with you till we're drunk. Han Xiaoran nodded and smiled. Who dares to deal with little brother? Sha Xinliang asked anxiously. I'm ashamed to say this. Chu Yang explained the whole matter, including his own background. The conspiracy back then, his current situation, and the Yi clan's intervention. A cold light flashed across Han Xiaoran's eyes, and he said, Yi Wubo? Yi 13? Chu Yang smiled and said, You know this person? Han Xiaoran was silent for a while before he said, Yi Wubo is the 13th brother of the current clan master of the Yi clan. He's a gloomy and resourceful person. He always hides in the dark to scheme. I didn't expect him to be the mastermind behind this matter. He pondered for a moment and said, It seems that the Yi clan has great ambitions. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter if the Yi clan is powerful or what their conspiracy is, but this matter involves me, so I won't bother about them. Han Xiaoran said, Little brother, you're very courageous. He pondered for a while and said, I'll take on this matter for you, but you have to be mentally prepared. That is, I'll take on the small part of the Yi clan for you. If this matter really involves the overall situation of the Yi clan, or if there's any long-term plan, and supreme martial artists are mobilized in the end, I won't be able to take it on. So, we have to be fully prepared when we do things. Han Xiaoran's words were very honest. Chu Yang also understood what he meant. Han Xiaoran could take on anyone below the level of a supreme martial artist. But if a supreme martial artist were to take action, Han Xiaoran could only pay with his life. But this was only the worst-case scenario. In fact, Han Xiaoran's words were absolutely foolproof. Although the heavenly layer was big, how many supreme martial artists were there? There was no doubt that the Yi clan had the cultivation of a supreme martial artist, and there should be more than one supreme martial artist in the Yi clan. But if it wasn't a matter of life and death for the Yi clan, how would a supreme martial artist take action so easily? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Chu Yang laughed. It's useless to think too much before it happens. It's better to take care of your body first. Elder brother, please enter the inner chamber and disperse your protective Xian technique. I'll suppress the shadowless poison for you first. Okay, Han Shaoran said emotionally. When the lanterns were lit, the Lingyun Pavilion looked magnificent at night. Two youths were looking around in front of the Lingyun Pavilion, as if they were waiting for something. The top floor of the 7-story Lingyun Pavilion had 3 individual pavilions. It was named after the 3 stars gathering. Those who were able to attend the banquet not only represented wealth, but also the nobility of their status. The pavilion on the left was where Chu Failong and Yi Wubwa met last time. Now, Yi Wubwa and Chu Failong were sitting opposite each other inside. In front of the two of them were Yi Wubwa's 2 bodyguards. Yi Wubwa had 4 bodyguards, but the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Chu Failong's face was full of nervousness. He kept wiping his sweat and muttered in his heart, "Why haven't they come yet? Why haven't they come yet?" On the main seat, Yi Wubwa's face was gloomy and cold. He said lightly, "Why haven't they come yet?" "Chu Failong, you've already exceeded the time limit that I gave you." Chu Failong hurriedly said, 13th Master, please don't be angry. It's because the Hall of Justice went to invite Chu Yang. I think that's why Chu Yang is late. But since he's agreed, he should come. Yi Wubwa snorted and said coldly, "For so many years, I've never waited for anyone like this. I didn't expect to taste this kind of feeling for the first time in this small, flat mountain ridge." Chu Failong's face was full of cold sweat, and he didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, voices could be heard. Someone had already entered the pavilion, and the sound of tables and chairs being pulled open could be faintly heard. That elder with a goatee pushed the door open and said softly, 13th Master, Sha Xinliang and the others from the Hall of Justice have entered the pavilion. There's Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan from the Hall of Justice, and another elder. Oh, do you have any impression of that person? Yi Wubwa asked. I haven't seen him before, the elder with a goatee said, but I think he should be an expert from the local Hall of Justice. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Yi Wubwa's mouth, and he said, It seems that Chu Yang is coming. He was silent for a while and praised, Chu Failong, your nephew is really not simple. He's already expected that there'll be danger here, and he's already called for reinforcements in advance to support the situation. Chu Failong smiled bitterly and said, I've never been on good terms with him. It's reasonable for him to have such scruples. After all, he feels that only Sha Xinliang and the others can protect him here. It's not strange for him to do so. Yi Wubwa smiled. The elder with a goatee said, 13th Master, do you want to go over and greet him? Yi Wubwa snorted and said, No need. He raised his eyebrows and said gloomily, If I, Yi Wubwa, want to kill someone, I think Sha Xinliang won't dare to stop me. So what if I kill him in front of him? If I go over now and let Sha Xinliang know that I'm here, it won't be good. After this matter is over, I'll just inform him. Yes, the elder with a goatee didn't seem surprised at all. With the reputation of the 13th Master of the Yi clan, how would he be afraid of a mere law enforcement hall in the flat mountain ridge? At this moment, the sound of clothes fluttering in the air was heard, and a figure came in from the window. 13th Master, that Chu Yang is already on his way here. He's only a few thousand feet away from here. Yes, Yi Wubwa said. Is he alone? Yes. He's wearing white clothes and walking slowly. His demeanor is very relaxed and free. The road to the underworld is short. It's also a good thing to be able to walk on it so easily. Yi Wubwa's ghost fire-like eyes flickered slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. As Chu Yang walked, he looked at the flat mountain ridge at night and couldn't help but feel that it had a different flavor. When he saw Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao, the two of them had already been waiting anxiously. When they saw Chu Yang coming, they instantly felt as if a huge treasure had fallen from the sky. "You're finally here!" Even Big Brother didn't come. "Since two brothers invited me, I naturally have to come," Chu Yang said. "Let's go up." The two of them sandwiched Chu Yang between them and walked up. "So anxious." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Two younger brothers are really enthusiastic." Chu Tinghu smiled sinisterly and said, "Younger brother? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang, it's your good fortune to be able to call me younger brother in this life. When you walk on the road to the underworld in the future, don't forget this honor." Chu Yang was stunned and said, "Younger brother Tinghu, what do you mean? We're brothers and blood is thicker than water." "Phut!" Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao scolded at the same time. "Which one is your younger brother? You're a bastard with an unknown background. You're about to die without a complete corpse, but you're still dreaming." Chu Yang's eyes turned cold, and there was a faint, blood-red killing intent flowing in them. "Oh, what do you mean? Could it be that you've mistaken me for someone else?" Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao knew that Chu Yang was going to die today, and they couldn't bear it anymore. They scolded him all the way, and thought that Chu Yang had lost his cultivation and couldn't get rid of them. So they actually became unscrupulous and scolded him continuously. Every time they scolded him, Chu Yang's face turned colder. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were venting their anger and wanted to humiliate Chu Yang more before he died. But the reason why Chu Yang had endured until now was to accumulate a reason for himself to kill them. Although they were unfilial and incompatible, blood was thicker than water after all. Chu Yang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with killing 10,000 outsiders, but Chu Yang didn't have any scruples about killing his blood-related cousins. But now, the scruples in his heart were disappearing little by little along with Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao's scolding. When he came to the front of the elegant room, a blood-red light flashed across Chu Yang's eyes. He finally figured out one thing. Enemies didn't differentiate between close and distant. Chapter 8:22. The title of the previous chapter is wrong. It should be Chapter 17. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall has reached 18. This chapter is only 18. The title can't be changed. Please forgive me. Chu Yang stood in front of the elegant room. He turned around and looked at Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao. His eyes were cold and sharp. "Don't you two care about the kinship between us?" He said in a low voice, "I know that you two hate that my return may rob your interests, but you have to know that hatred is hatred. Our blood comes from the same source, but it can't be changed. Even if we fight against each other, we still have the same root." Coldness rose in Chu Yang's heart, and his killing intent spread. But he still controlled himself and said these words. Rather than saying that he was admonishing the two, it would be better to say that Chu Yang was forcing himself to kill, because Chu Yang even knew how these two would answer. Was there a need to think about the answer? Sure enough, Chu Tinghu sneered and said sarcastically, "Kinship? Facing the huge interests of the whole clan, you still have the mood to talk about kinship. You're already at death's door. Can these words save you? Chu Yang, I have to admire you. You've been outside for 18 years and you've become stupid." Chu Yang smiled silently. He then muttered, "You still have the leisure to talk about blood ties when you're faced with the enormous interests of the clan. You're already at death's door. Do you think that blood ties can save you?" Then he smiled and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you for reminding me." A sturdy man appeared behind him and said coldly, 13th Master has been waiting for a long time. What are you waiting for?" Chu Tinghu smiled and said, "Take him in now." As he said, he pushed Chu Yang's back. The door opened at this moment. Chu Yang saw Yi Wubwa at first glance. This person could be the culprit and mastermind behind the scenes that he had imagined countless times, and was most likely to cause him to lead a wandering life outside for 18 years. Yi Wubo was dressed in black and had a thin face. When he looked over, Chu Yang's eyes seemed to be burning with a ghastly fire. In that instant, he could only hear the cries of ghosts, as if he had been born in a graveyard. "You're Chu Yang." Yi Wubo looked at him gloomily, but his voice was very gentle. In fact, after hearing it, people immediately felt a sense of familiarity in their hearts. Chu Yang's heart thumped. This Yi Wubo actually tried to bewitch me when we just met. His voice clearly contained psychic fluctuations that had been brewing for a long time. They were very subtle and cautious. Clearly, this was only the beginning. "I'm Chu Yang." Chu Yang smiled gently. "Second uncle, you're also here. Aren't you here to drink? And this is—" Chu Feilong's face was as cold as ice. "You still want a drink?" Yi Wubo waved his hands, and a trace of a smile appeared in his cold eyes. He could clearly see that the young man who had just entered did not have any cultivation at all. "Chu Yang." "Yes." "Chu Feiling's son." "Haha, not bad, not bad." Yi Wubo actually laughed and said, "Have a seat." Chu Yang nodded and sat down opposite him. "You're brave and have a good temperament," Yi Wubo praised. "It's enough to comfort Chu Feiling that he's like this." The whole room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. If ordinary people came in, they would have been scared to death. Just the invisible pressure alone would make people go crazy. But Chu Yang's expression didn't change in the face of several monarch-level experts. Just this kind of determination was already much better than ordinary people. It was no wonder that Yi Shi-san had also praised him. Yi Shi-san turned his head and said to Chu Feilong, "This little one is stronger than your 3 sons." Chu Feilong's face twitched. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were standing behind Chu Yang now. Their faces twitched, and their eyes were full of hatred as they looked at Chu Yang's back. Yi Shi-san looked at Chu Yang and said, "Maybe you don't know me. My surname is Yi, and I'm from the Yi clan." Chu Yang's expression didn't change, and he said, "You're indeed extraordinary." Yi Wubo said, "My name is Yi Wubo. I'm rank 13th in the Yi clan. People in the Holy Hall call me 13th Master. Of course, there are also people who call me Yi Shi-san." Chu Yang nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that this was just Yi Shi-san's opening speech. Since Yi Shi-san had said this opening speech and gradually deepened the power of mental bewitchment, Yi Shi-san wouldn't take action immediately. Instead, he wanted to talk to Chu Yang. But Chu Yang had a rough idea of what he wanted to talk to Chu Yang about. "Chu Yang, I asked the 2 of them to call you here today because I want to ask you something." Yi Wubo tapped the table lightly with his finger. The tapping sound was actually filled with a kind of ethereal and peculiar rhythm. Obviously, it had a peculiar effect of bewitching people. Just tapping the table like this was actually a kind of divine technique that could bewitch people's hearts. When Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao heard this sound, they instantly felt absent-minded. Chu Yang's eyes also gradually became perplexed. "That day, someone went to kill you. 2 days ago, early in the morning." Yi Wubo's voice was gloomy and gentle. "Is it?" Chu Yang shook his head and pinched his eyebrows gently, as if he wanted to get rid of that dizziness. He forced himself to support himself and said, "Yes, someone wanted to kill me." Yi Wubo's finger tapped the table slowly with a constant rhythm. His voice was even gentler as he said, "Then how did that person die?" Chu Yang's eyes were perplexed. Looking at Yi Wubo's finger tapping the table, he murmured, "How did that person die?" "Yes, how did that person die?" Yi Wubo's eyes stared closely at Chu Yang's eyes. That person is so fierce." Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "Fierce, but he's still dead." Yi Wubo's eyes flickered strangely, emitting a faint red light. Yes, he's dead. How did he die? Yi Wubwa asked patiently. I can't say. Chu Yang's eyes were gradually losing focus. From Yi Wubwa's point of view, he could clearly see that Chu Yang's pupils were dilating. Obviously, he couldn't control his divine sense anymore. Chu Failong also became nervous. After all, Chu Yang's answer would really reveal the biggest mystery in his heart. Who's behind Chu Yang? Why can he make the law enforcement officers lower their heads? Why can he turn danger into safety time and time again? He stared at Chu Yang nervously and pricked up his ears, not wanting to miss a single word. He even neglected that his two bodies were also swaying and sliding slowly to the ground. Yi Wubwa's guards behind him caught Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao and let them lie gently on the ground, so as not to disturb Yi Wubwa's hypnosis on Chu Yang. Of course, you can't say it to others, but it's okay to say it to me. Yi Wubwa's eyes flickered, and his voice became softer and softer. After all, he came to kill you, but he's dead. Isn't it something to be happy about that you're still alive? Chu Yang's face relaxed, and he murmured, Indeed, are you the one who killed him? Yi Wubwa asked softly. No. Chu Yang shook his head honestly. Every time he answered, there was a kind of trance lingering in his voice. Well, you're not the one who killed him. I believe you, Yi Wubwa encouraged him. Chu Yang revealed a smile of being trusted. Then he died in front of you, right? Yi Wubwa asked again. Yes, Chu Yang said. He died very miserably. Died very miserably? Yi Wubwa asked with great interest. How miserably? Chu Yang laughed, with a kind of mysterious flaunting and a kind of pleasure from killing a powerful person. He even said with a smile of exultation, he fell into an ambush. Ha ha ha. Yi Wubwa's eyes lit up and he said, Fell into an ambush. Yes, so many of us attacked him at the same time. That guy thought that I didn't know anything and was full of complacency, so he was attacked by us at the same time. Chu Yang laughed naively. Speaking of this, Yi Wubwa's 4 guards looked a little ferocious and excited. Old Third Ma, the truth of how you were killed is about to be revealed. We'll take revenge for you. Impressive. Yi Wubwa praised. This is really a good plan to deal with the enemy. But was this ambush set up in advance? Chu Yang rewarded him with a look as if he was looking at an idiot. Nonsense, since it's an ambush. Of course it has to be set up in advance. Yi Wubwa said puzzledly. But how did you know that this person was going to kill you? How can such an expert expose his whereabouts and purpose so easily? Chu Yang was instantly amused, and he said, Of course, this problem can't be solved by others, but to me, there's no such concern at all. Why? Yi Wubwa's voice became gentler and more delicate. Even his eyes became more and more amiable and warm. The sound of his fingers tapping on the table became softer and softer, but it also became more and more hurried. It was almost as if they were connected together. His fingers even formed a phantom on the table. We have a spy. Chu Yang said happily. Chu Failong's face changed greatly. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to stop Chu Yang. At the same time, the aura of 4 high-level monarchs locked onto him at this moment. It was as if 4 mountains were pressing on his body at the same time. Chu Failong even had difficulty breathing. He couldn't even move his tongue, let alone speak. So there's a spy, Yi Wubwa said easily. Of course. Chu Yang said excitedly, proudly and mysteriously, You don't know. Everyone thinks that our Chu clan doesn't get along well with each other. So someone came to bribe us, especially my second uncle. He seems to be targeting me and wants to get rid of me. Actually, Actually what? Yi Wubwa's voice was still gentle, but he couldn't help but breathe heavily. Some doubts also arose in his heart. Actually, our Chu clan has been passed down for thousands of years. If we were so easily bribed, would there still be a Chu clan now? Chu Yang smiled proudly. Don't you think so? Yi Wubo laughed. You're right. Chu Yang said admiringly, My second uncle has endured humiliation for so many years. What's the reason for that? It's really not easy for him. It's too hard for him. Yi Wubo suppressed his emotions that were about to explode. He sighed and said, Yes, it's really not easy. It's really not easy. Chapter 823. On one side, Chu Failong, who was suppressed by the 4 monarch-level forces, couldn't move at all. His face was full of despair, and his eyes were full of deep hatred. Extreme fear had almost destroyed his sanity. He knew that as long as Yi Wubo believed Chu Yang's words, he would definitely die today. But now, Yi Wubo obviously believed Chu Yang's words. Yi Wubo's belief came from his strong self-confidence. The Yi clan's triple soul-seizing technique was one of the top 3 interrogation secret techniques. It was comparable to the interrogation secret techniques of the law enforcement officers. In terms of details, it was even better. With Yi Wubo's monarch-level strength, if he still couldn't get the information he wanted by using the triple soul-seizing technique to deal with Chu Yang, a teenager who had no cultivation at all, or even got fake information, Yi Wubo felt that he should just dig a hole and bury himself. I'm very interested, Yi Wubo knocked on the table and asked with great interest. How did this second uncle of yours, who has not had it easy, arrange this trap? Chu Yang's eyes also revealed a look of confusion and fear, which seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. It's very easy to set up a trap, but you didn't know about it beforehand, right? Yi Wubo sensitively sensed the confusion and fear in Chu Yang's eyes, and instantly, cleverly came to a conclusion. But you didn't know about it beforehand, right? No, who said that I didn't know? Unexpectedly, Chu Yang actually objected to this statement. Oh, Yi Wubo was stunned. I'm just curious. Those people who set up the trap aren't from our Chu clan. Chu Yang said confusedly and proudly, They're my second uncle's friends. Your second uncle's friends? Yi Wubo instantly became serious. He had a feeling of dispelling the clouds to see the clear sky, but I don't know the true face of this mountain, but I'm in this mountain. He faintly felt that there was a big scheme behind this. Yes, Chu Yang said seriously, although I've only returned to the clan for a short period of time, I still know that there's no expert like the Sword Sovereign in our clan, let alone the Sword Sovereign. That's reasonable. Yi Wubo had schemed against the Chu clan for so many years. How could he not know the strength of the Chu clan? Since when did the Chu clan have such a genius like the Sword Sovereign? Then who is it? Yi Wubo frowned. He seemed to be asking Chu Yang, but also seemed to be talking to himself. I only heard someone call him Seventh Master. Chu Yang said, I don't know which Seventh Master it is. Yi Wubo was shocked. At this moment, his face showed an expression of shock, astonishment, and sudden realization. Inside the room, the bodies of the 4 guards trembled at the same time, and their eyes were filled with hatred. The 2 words Seventh Master caused a great shock to these experts. It even interrupted Yi Wubo's triple soul-seizing technique, causing the 4 experts to be caught off guard. Thus, the pressure from their imposing aura also relaxed a little. Chu Failong was finally able to open his mouth and scream, 13th Master, I'm innocent. Don't believe this little bastard. I'm loyal to you. Make him shut up. Yi Wubo's face was gloomy and cold. His chest was heaving up and down. A surge of anger and humiliation from being fooled was brewing like a volcano. A monarch-level expert slapped Chu Failong's face. With a loud bang, Chu Failong's face turned to one side, and half of his teeth fell to the ground. Sword Sovereign, 7th Master. It's 7th Master, Yi Wubo sneered. Gloomy ghost fire was flickering in his eyes. "Hello, seventh Master Shao." "Hello," he laughed wildly. "I, Yi Wubo, am really a fool." "Awuhaha, seventh Master, Sword Sovereign, seventh Master Shao of the Shao clan." The genius of the Shao clan was of the same generation as Yi Wubo. He was obsessed with swords since he was young. In the big clans he had a resounding nickname, Sword Maniac. The more Yi Wubo thought about it, the more upset he felt. "I've painstakingly planned for 18 years to control the Chu clan in the southeast region. In the future, when something big happens, I'll use the Chu clan to completely cut off one of the Shao clan's supply bases and block the Shao clan's continuous supply routes. At the crucial moment, I'll be able to stab the Shao clan in the back." For this step, Yi Wubo had carefully planned and implemented it step by step. It could be said that he had spent a lot of time thinking about the future. Over the past few years, as Chu Fei Long gradually took over the power, he had also slowly gained some trust from the Shao clan according to his plan. He had even gained some authority over the Shao clan's trade routes. He was preparing to help Chu Fei Long gain a firm foothold and fully support him to expand the results of the battle. In the future, he would give the Shao clan a fatal blow. But he didn't expect to receive such a piece of news at this time. Chu Fei Long had been in contact with the Shao clan. He even colluded with 7th Master Shao to kill his right-hand man, Old Third Ma. At this moment, Yi Wubo really wanted to vomit blood. At the same time, he recalled that he had previously sent a martial emperor to assassinate Chu Feiling at the request of Chu Fei Long. That martial emperor was also a subordinate of the Yi clan, but he didn't come back either. Could it be that it was also Chu Fei Long's conspiracy at that time? In this case, under his leadership, the Yi clan thought that they had succeeded, but they were gradually used by the other party and sent to their deaths one by one. And he was still complacent about it? And his plan, which he thought was successful, was actually under the Shao clan's observation. Every step was observed by the other party. To think that he had been so careful and sneaky in his plan. In the eyes of the Shao clan, he was definitely the #1 fool in the world. If he knew that they would laugh their heads off after seeing how diligent he was. Thinking of this, Yi Wubo was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to commit suicide. Yi Wubo looked straight at Chu Fei Long. His eyes and face were ferocious, and even his limbs started to tremble. With his cultivation, he actually behaved like this. It could be seen how humiliated he was. "Chu Fei Long, good. What a good second, Master Chu. What a good second, Master Chu." Yi Wubo nodded heavily. I've really belittled you. Chu Fei Long looked at him hopelessly. His eyes were full of pleading, but he couldn't say a word. On the other side, after losing Yi Wubo's triple soul-seizing technique, Chu Yang lay on the table softly, as if he had already fainted. This was the most normal reaction after using the triple soul-seizing technique. "Chu Fei Long, I really don't understand." Yi Wubo shook his head with all his might, to the extent that his neck made cracking sounds. Then he nodded his head with all his might, as if he was going to smash his head onto the ground. "I've treated you very well." Chu Fei Long looked at him pleadingly. 10 years ago, you were being chased. I only knew that you were Chu Fei Long after I saved your life. After that, I realized that you were ambitious, so I supported you fully to fight against your elder brother. For this reason, I didn't hesitate to use the men of sacrifice of the Yi clan to kill Chu Feiling and his wife, forcing them to the lower 3 heavens. They were separated from their wives and couldn't recover from this setback. And you also took the opportunity to take control of the Chu clan. Yi Wubo sneered self-mockingly. After that, I removed the 4 stewards of the Chu clan who were most loyal to your elder brother and cleared all your obstacles. Just last year, when you had completely stabilized your position and started to cooperate with the Shao clan, our Yi clan paid the price of 3 experts and successfully caused your father, Chu Xiongqing, to be seriously injured. Then the power fell into your hands. Then we took advantage of the time when your elder brother went out to look for medicine and received your request to send a martial emperor to kill Chu Feiling. Today, we're still doing our best to plan for you to remove the last obstacle. Chu Yang is ready to let you take control of the Chu clan and become the clan master. You're ready to do something big. Yi Wubo gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. His malicious eyes widened. All these are for you. We're all helping you. The matters of our Yi clan haven't even started, and you actually colluded with the Shao clan. Yi Wubo laughed. He exhaled and shook his head. You are really scheming and scheming. Yi Wubo, really didn't realize that you, Chu Feilong, are actually such a great person. Chu Feilong looked at him sadly and hopelessly. His eyes had already turned gray. He knew that he was finished. He was completely finished. Yi Wubo didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Yi Wubo shook his head and rejoiced. Otherwise, wouldn't my bones be buried by you in the southeast? He exhaled heavily and stared at Chu Feilong. Suddenly, he screamed from his throat, Don't look at me with such a gaze. If you continue to look, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Chu Feilong struggled anxiously, but he couldn't move. You're still looking? You're still looking? Fuck you. Yi Wubo gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and he finally exploded. He stretched out his right hand and inserted 2 fingers into Chu Feilong's eye socket fiercely. Blood splattered everywhere. Red and black splattered out of the eye socket. The pressure from the 4 martial monarchs couldn't suppress Chu Feilong's miserable howl at this moment. Chu Feilong's 2 eyeballs were thrown to the ground and rolled around. Chu Feilong's miserable howl had turned into a painful gasp. He was suppressed by the 4 martial monarchs again and couldn't make any sound. He could only silently bear this torture of having his eyeballs dug out. The saddest thing was that at this moment, even fainting had become an extravagant wish for him. At one side, Chu Yang's body, which was leaning on the table, trembled slightly. All sorts of feelings welled up in Chu Yang's heart. At one side, 2 horrified screams were heard. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao woke up at this moment. Their minds were only disturbed by the aftermath of the triple soul seizure, and their spirits weren't seriously restrained. But when they opened their eyes, they saw this horrifying scene. They couldn't help but scream out in terror. Chu Feilong heard their screams and struggled even more violently. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly broke free from the suppression of the 4 martial monarchs. He screamed in despair, Who are Jiao are run away quickly, to be continued. Chapter 824, Part 7, Chapter 100, Humans Can't Lose Their Conscience. Part 7, Chapter 100, Humans Can't Lose Their Conscience. Chu Feilong knew that he was finished. But when he heard his son's screams, he remembered that his 2 sons were in the same danger as him. Dash and Chu Feilong screamed desperately. The 4 monarch-level guards were enraged at the same time. They exerted more force to suppress Chu Feilong. But Chu Feilong seemed to have thrown caution to the wind at this moment. Blood spurted out from his mouth. He broke his heart meridians and unleashed all his vitality. He struggled and shouted, Escape! 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 Teach him a lesson. Make him shut up. Don't let him die so easily. Yi Wubo's face darkened as he ordered coldly. The 4 agreed and attacked at the same time. Chu Feilong screamed as he punched and kicked Chu Feilong, but he still mustered all his strength and shouted, Who are? Jiao, escape! Escape! You must remember. In the future, you must. He mustered all his strength and spat out blood and broken teeth. You must be a good person in the future. This Chu Feilong had used all kinds of schemes in his life. He even schemed against his father and elder brother. It could be said that he had done all kinds of bad things. However, at the moment when he knew that he had no luck and that he had reached a dead end, the words he shouted out were actually to educate his son. You must remember, you must be a good person in the future. Teach him a good lesson. Yi Wubo looked at Chu Fei Long cruelly and happily. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao screamed wildly. They jumped up and wanted to rush out. Yi Wubo stretched out his palms. His arms and palms seemed to have grown out at this moment. He had already grabbed the two of them back and slammed them onto the ground. Chu Fei Long was no longer in his human form. He still struggled and shouted, Chu Yang! Chu Yang! They're your younger brothers. They're your younger brothers. I beg you, please save them, save them. I'll repay you in my next life. I'll repay you. Ah. Chu Yang's heart was filled with grief. He didn't even know how he should react. From what Yi Wubo had just said, to the things that Chu Fei Long had done in his life, the 18 years of suffering that his parents had suffered, the 18 years of wandering outside, the death of his clan's backbone, and his grandfather's injury. They all had their answers. Everything in front of him was created by him. He made use of Han Xiaoran, Xia Xinliang, and the others' analysis and intelligence in the afternoon to successfully divide and drive a wedge between Yi Wubo and Chu Fei Long. Until now, it could be said that he had achieved his goal. So many years of suffering, so many years of pain, and the hatred and mystery of 2 lifetimes were all compensated at this moment. Everything came to light. He had finally gotten his revenge. Logically speaking, he should feel relieved and happy. Chu Yang himself also felt that he should be very relaxed and happy. However, in his heart, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy from taking revenge. Instead, there was an oppressive heaviness. It was as though his soul was being interrogated at this moment, and he was also being tortured. All sorts of emotions welled up within him, and he could feel the joys and sorrows of life. In that instant, he didn't know what to feel. Stop! Yi Wubo shouted coldly. The 4 martial monarchs stopped at the same time. I just realized that there are 2 of your sons here. Ha ha ha. Yi Wubo laughed. You're called Chu Tinghu and you're called Chu Tingjiao? He smiled cruelly. I won't kill all of you, but only one of you can live. With a clang, he threw the 2 swords on the ground and laughed coldly. Pick up your swords! Kill your brothers and kill Chu Fei Long. Then, the one who kills him will be able to live. After he said this, the entire room became silent. Even Chu Fei Long, who was on the verge of death, and the 4 guards opened their mouths in shock. Yi Wubo's plan was extremely vicious. Yi Wubo, you're so vicious! You're so vicious! Chu Fei Long screamed miserably. His face was hideous. Chu Tingjiao looked at the shining swords on the ground. His whole body trembled and his face turned pale. He retreated step by step. Chu Yang couldn't help but jump up. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Chu Tingjiao roared. He took a big stride forward and grabbed the long sword on the ground. Without any hesitation, he turned his hand and stabbed the sword into Chu Tingjiao's heart fiercely. Chu Yang was so shocked that he couldn't react. Even Yi Wubo, who was the initiator of this, was dumbfounded. He was in a state of shock. The 4 guards opened their mouths even more. Chu Fei Long lay on the ground on the verge of death. He only heard a loud roar and then a chi sound. His eyes were already blinded and he couldn't see anything. He could only turn his head in vain and ask anxiously, What happened? What's happening? Blood spurted out from Chu Tingjiao's mouth. Chu Tingjiao's young face was filled with fear and shock. He lowered his head and looked at the swords in his mouth. Then he looked up at his elder brother in disbelief. You! The muscles on Chu Tenghu's face twitched. His lips trembled. Tengjiao, don't blame me. If I don't kill you, everyone will die. This is our chance, our only chance. On the ground, Chu Fei Long finally understood what was happening. He spurted out blood, and his heart ached. Chu Tinghu trembled all over. Don't blame me, father. You always teach us that we must be vicious and merciless in our lives. We should do it if we can. Otherwise, we won't even be able to catch up with the hot shit. This is my life. Decades of life. I don't want to die. Then you'll kill me. Chu Tengjiao's pupils were dilated. He struggled to ask the last sentence. Tingjiao, you're still young. You don't know how fun this world is. You don't know how much power there is. Chu Tenghu tilted his head. His expression became more and more perverse. However, his body stopped trembling gradually. Tingjiao, you don't know anything. I know. If you kill me, it's meaningless to live on. So I have to kill you. Tingjiao! We're brothers from the same mother. You can go in peace. You can fight for a chance to live for me. You can die with a smile. Chu Tingjiao looked at his elder brother blankly. His eyes were dilated. Finally, he closed his eyes. Before he died, he only spat out 2 words, hee. With a swoosh, Chu Tinghu pulled the blood-stained sword out of his brother's mouth. Seeing the blood dripping down, his body trembled again. He turned around and looked at Yi Wubua. 13th Master, do you mean what you said? Yi Wubua looked at him faintly. He laughed weirdly. Now, even if I don't mean what I said, you can't do anything about it. So, if you want to live, you can only trust me. Now, kill Chu Feilong for me. Chu Tenghu roared towards the sky. He gritted his teeth and panted heavily. I want to live. I believe you. Believe me. Then I'll kill your father. Yi Wubua's eyes were cold. Chu Tinghu trembled. He turned around blankly. He lifted up the blood-stained sword slowly and pointed it at Chu Feilong. Father! Please forgive me! Chu Feilong only felt that his breath was stuck in his mouth. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. You, cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently as he was moved. Chu Tenghu stepped on the blood on the ground. That was the blood of his father and younger brother. He walked over step by step. Father, I have no choice. I want to live. Please help me. You're blind anyway. Chu Feilong cried loudly. Retribution, retribution. I regret it so much. I regret it so much. I regret it so much. At this moment, he recalled the time when he framed his elder brother and caused his elder brother to be separated from his wife. His elder brother had suspected him for a long time, but every time his elder brother saw him, his elder brother's eyes were filled with pain. He recalled that he colluded with outsiders and caused his father to be poisoned. When his father was dying, his father's eyes were filled with pain as he looked at him. Then he felt the pain in his heart now. Chu Feilong was disheartened. Chu Tenghu stood in front of his father. His face changed continuously and became more and more ferocious. Suddenly he roared, Father, I'll send you on your way. Have a safe journey. He lifted the sword and stabbed it down. It stabbed deeply into Chu Feilong's mouth. His heart. Chu Feilong didn't even have the slightest intention of struggling or dodging. As he felt the coldness of the sword piercing into his chest, a sad smile appeared on his face. He sighed deeply and said, As a person, I can't lose my conscience. There will really be retribution. Now, I really believe that, in his mind, he recalled the way his father had looked at him back then. Feilong, tell me honestly, did you do something to your big brother? No. Father, why would I do such a thing? That's a serious crime of killing one's own kin. Father, I really don't know where to start from. Are you sure? It's really not. Father, I swear that if I did this, I'll die under the sword of my own son. Chu Feilong's mind quickly replayed the past. He didn't know why, but he didn't remember anything at this moment. He only remembered this scene. Then he sighed. He wanted to say, Heaven really has eyes. Retribution, but he couldn't say it. His throat made gurgling sounds, and he finally took his last breath. His body trembled, and there was no sound. Chu Tenghu's body trembled, and his sword fell to the ground. He turned around and revealed a flattering smile. 13th Master, can I leave now? Yi Wubo looked at him, and the ghostly fire in his eyes flickered. He said, "You can leave now." Chu Tenghu said, "Thank you." He didn't even look at the corpses of his father and brother. He turned around and left. Yi Wubo looked at his back and said, "Chu Tenghu, you're very dangerous. You're also a talent. If you cooperate with me, I'll be at ease. Furthermore, I can give you something that your father didn't even get before he died." Yi Wubo actually proposed to recruit Chu Tenghu at this moment, but his eyes flickered with killing intent and scruples. Obviously, Chu Tenghu's cruelty and viciousness, and Yan's unscrupulous and unscrupulous behavior made this 13th Master of the Yi clan feel danger. Second update. I continue to write. Third update. Begging for votes. Chapter 8:25. People like Chu Tenghu no longer had any humanity. He was like a viper through and through. Anyone who saw him would shudder with fear. Holy hull, but Chu Tenghu paused and immediately turned around. He knelt down and said, "I'm willing to serve you, 13th Master." Yi Wubu's eyes were filled with more scruples. He said, "Are you sincere?" Chu Tenghu said, "Yes. This humble one is willing to be at 13th Master's beck and call. Why? Life is nothing more than power and beauty. There are many things that others can't give you. You need to fight for it yourself, to work hard. And now, since 13th Master has given me this opportunity, I'll never let it go." Chu Tenghu said, "I'm your father's murderer." Yi Wubo stared at him coldly. "I killed my father." Chu Tenghu said. Yi Wubo stared at him for a while. Then he waved his hand and said, "You can go." Chu Tenghu kowtowed respectfully and said, "I'll be waiting for 13th Master's orders anytime and anywhere." Then he retreated. Looking at Chu Tenghu's back, the elder with a goatee said, 13th Master, are you letting him go just like that?" "Yes." Yi Wubo looked at the direction where Chu Tenghu left. "This little is too dangerous." The elder with the goatee shivered. There was a kind of coldness that came from the bottom of his heart. He killed his own father and younger brother just like that. This little one is a talent. If he can survive for a long time in the future, he'll definitely be an ambitious and ruthless person. Yi Wubo said heavily he was just an idiot in the past. But today he's really become an ambitious and ruthless person. It's a pity to kill such a talent. But 13th Master, after all, you're his father's murderer. The elder with a goatee said, "In such a person's heart, there's no such thing as his father's murderer." Yi Wubo said coldly, "If one day he's fully fledged and his strength surpasses mine, then he'll lay his hands on me without hesitation. But before his wings are fully grown, he will be more obedient than a dog in front of me." Yi Wubo's eyes flashed with sinister light. "If this little one is used well, he'll be a mad dog, and an extremely obedient mad dog at that. This mad dog is more useful than Chu Failong," Yi Wubo said solemnly. The elder with the goatee hesitated for a while and finally said, 13th Master, I feel that Chu Failong's matter isn't so simple." Yi Wubo said, "Oh." The goatee hesitated. "At that time we were all furious. 13th Master, you too. But we didn't give Chu Failong a chance to defend himself from the start. We just let him die like that. Now that I think about it, it's a little thoughtless." Yi Wubo frowned and started to ponder. If Chu Failong is really guilty, why would he let his son lure Chu Yang here? The elder with the goatee said, "I don't understand this point. Are you saying that I believed only one side of the story?" Yi Wubo asked slowly. now that he was furious. His heart seemed to be a little empty. Yi Wubue's anger and shame had also come to an end with Chu Feilong's death. His mind gradually became more flexible, and he muttered, "Indeed, there seems to be something wrong." As he spoke, he carefully thought about it and said slowly, "Under the triple soul-seizing technique, will there be any lies?" This was a question that no one could answer, because only the direct descendants of the Yi clan could cultivate the triple soul-seizing technique. Although the other 4 people knew that this technique was very powerful, they didn't know how powerful it was. Yi Wubo pondered for a while and said, "Our Yi clan has been established for thousands of years. The triple soul-seizing technique has always been a powerful weapon. It's always foolproof. How can there be a mistake?" "There's no mistake." Yi Wubue's eyes turned sharp. He looked at the elder with the goatee and suddenly said sternly, "It's already a big mistake for you to have such thoughts and suspect my technique." Although Yi Wubue was clever, he was headstrong and self-opinionated. At this moment, the doubts in his heart were completely covered by his strong self-confidence. "So," another person said, "this matter is really done by the Shao clan. Old Third Ma was really killed by 7th Master Shao?" Yi Wubue said coldly, "Besides 7th Master Shao, that bastard, is there a second Sword Emperor in the entire southeast region?" The elder thought, 7th Master Shao isn't the only Sword Emperor in the Shao clan. It seems that there are a few elders in the Shao clan whose cultivation is higher than 7th Master Zhao's. They are all Sword Emperors. Net, but he was reprimanded for his suspicion just now. If he were to say it now, he would probably suffer even more. So he could only swallow it down. Then, how should we deal with this Chu Yang? Another person pointed at Chu Yang, who was lying on the table silently. "Kill him." Yi Wubue didn't even blink. "Yes," the elder with the long face answered, and was about to take action. After being reprimanded just now, of course, he had to perform well now. "Kill? Aren't you too ruthless?" A voice sounded, "Yi Wubue, are you going to exterminate the Chu clan here?" His voice was not loud, but the 5 members of the Yi family in the room felt dizzy at the same time. Obviously, the cultivation of this person was already shockingly high. He was definitely a martial saint. Yi Wubue's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Who is it?" The door opened with a creak. 2 people stood at the door. The one in front was an elder with a white face and no beard. His face was like a piece of stiff iron. He had a square face, a straight nose, and a square mouth. He looked dignified without being angry. Once he stood at the door, he naturally had a decisive and incorruptible posture. This person was said to be an elder, but his hair was black, his face was white, and his skin was smooth. He was more like a middle-aged man. Behind him was the commander of the law enforcement hall, Sha Xinliang. Han Xiaoran's gaze was calm. With his hands behind his back, he walked in slowly. Sha Xinliang followed, closely behind him. Yi Wubue's pupils shrank suddenly. His eyes revealed scruples and puzzlement. It turns out that law enforcement Master Han has come personally. Yi 13th is really unexpected. When he said this, the 4 guards' bodies trembled. It turns out to be him, the leader of the law enforcement officers in the southeast region of the upper 3 heavens. Han Xiaoran. No wonder Yi Wubue also addressed himself as Yi 13th. If it was in the past, Yi Wubue would be angry if someone mentioned this name. "Well, Yi Wubue, you came to the southeast region to kill people?" Han Xiaoran walked in slowly. Wherever he passed, the corpses and blood on the ground would automatically separate, revealing the smooth ground. He snorted coldly and sneered, "How dare you? Have you told me that you killed people in the southeast region?" Yi Wubue smiled apologetically. "Law enforcement master, this is a big hat. I can't bear it." Han Xiaoran flicked his sleeves. "Then how do you explain the 2 people on the ground?" Yi Wubue laughed. Law enforcement master must have heard it just now. These two people are my men, but they betrayed me. I'm just punishing traitors. It has nothing to do with killing people. He smiled and said, if I knew that law enforcement master was just next door, I wouldn't be so rash. Punishing traitors? Han Xiaoran's face was cold and hard. He pointed at Chu Yang. This young man is also your traitor? Yi Wubua said straightforwardly, that's not the case. Since the law enforcement master has stepped forward, I'll let him go. Just let him go? Han Xiaoran frowned. Yi Wubua muttered in his heart. What exactly does this Han Xiaoran want to do? Why does he look like he's unwilling to let him go? But no matter what, he wouldn't dare to act rashly when he met Han Xiaoran in the southeast region. Yi Wubua was very clear that even though he was a member of the Yi clan, and this identity was extremely respected, even the other law enforcement masters in the world region had to be wary of the Yi clan's power when they met him. But Han Xiaoran was a special case. When Han Xiaoran wanted to kill someone, he never looked at the clan or power, but only looked at the crime. If he thought that someone should be killed, not to mention that he was the 13th prince of the Yi clan, even if his elder brother, who was the clan master, was here, this Han Xiaoran would still kill him. This guy was a one-track-minded person. That was why Yi Wubua behaved very honestly. Because as long as Han Xiaoran gave an order, even if he could leave this place alive, he wouldn't be able to fly out of the southeast region. Then law enforcement master means. Yi Wubua swallowed his anger and said, you've killed someone here. You have to give me an explanation. Han Xiaoran said faintly but firmly, and you've killed a member of the Chu clan. Although the Chu clan is only a small clan, it's also a power that's protected by the law enforcement officers. What right do you have to kill him? You've lured others to be spies and killed them once the matter was exposed. How dare you talk about punishing a traitor? Han Xiaoran looked at Yi Wubua coldly. 13th Princey, I think it's better for you to follow me back and go through a trial. Go through a trial? Yi Wubua was in a dilemma. If the 13th master of the Yi clan was caught by the law enforcement officers and went through a trial, it would be a big joke. How would he have the face to meet others in the future? Then I'll compensate you for your loss. Yi Wubua gritted his teeth and said, I'll do whatever you say, as long as you can give us a way out and give the Yi clan some face today. 10,000 purple crystals, Han Xiaoran said faintly. No problem. Yi Wubua agreed readily. Yi Wubua knew that since Han Xiaoran had stated the price, even if he hesitated for a moment, he would have to go through a trial. So he agreed without any hesitation. I'll send 10,000 purple crystals to the law enforcement hall later. Good. Han Xiaoran said, Xinliang, send 5,000 purple crystals to the Chu clan when the purple crystals arrive. Xinliang bowed and said, yes, sir. Han Xiaoran turned his head and looked at Yi Wubua. I'll settle this matter with the Chu clan for you. You can leave now. Yi Wubua scolded in his heart. What can happen to the Chu clan? Even if the Chu clan knows about it, will they dare to settle accounts with the Yi clan? They actually need you to settle it, but on the surface he said, respectfully, since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you. I'll repay your great kindness in the future. The 4 people from the Yi clan heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They bade farewell to Han Xiaoran and walked out in a single file. They were like a group of roosters who had lost a fight. Seeing that they had walked away, Han Xiaoran patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Why are you still pretending? They've all left. 3rd update, begging for monthly votes. My monthly votes are getting further and further away. I'm very sad. Chapter 8:26. Chu Yang raised his head slowly. Han Xiaoran's face turned serious when he saw Chu Yang. Saint Hal Chu Yang's face was a little pale. as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He forced a smile and said, "Elder brother, you've come in time." Han Shaoran sighed softly. "Do you feel upset?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly and nodded. "Yes. The three of them all deserve to die. It's not that I haven't killed anyone before, and this time it's for revenge. But seeing them die in front of me like this, I still don't feel good in my heart." Han Shaoran smiled understandingly and said, "I understand this feeling. The reason why you feel upset is because you are still a human and not a heartless beast like Chu Tinghu." Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, "I thought that I'm a heartless killer who treats my enemies like pigs and dogs, but I didn't expect that I'm really not." Han Shaoran was silent for a while and said, "Actually, everyone treats human lives like grass and is indifferent and heartless. Everyone treats all living things as nothing and is absolutely heartless and selfish. It's just like the world we live in. Every day, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people will die. And those people's deaths are just a number in our eyes and in everyone's eyes. What can they do? But once the people around you have an accident or are killed or die of illness, you'll feel upset for years. This is simply human nature. Chu Failong has been dealing with your father by hook or by crook for so many years. But as long as your surname is Chu, no matter whether you return to your clan or not, you'll feel very strange and subtle when you face him. This has nothing to do with hatred. This is kinship," Han Shaoran said. "Kinship?" Chu Yang wanted to sneer, but he couldn't. He said, "What kinship can I have with Chu Failong? This kinship comes from blood. Just because you think there isn't, it doesn't mean that there isn't." Han Shaoran laughed and said, "Blood ties are a very wonderful thing, because your surname is Chu." Chu Yang pondered and said, "Do you mean? I understand now." Han Shaoran looked at him with a smile. "Oh!" Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Actually, Chu Failong and I are like this. As long as he's alive, I'll do everything I can to kill him. But after killing him, I didn't feel good because no matter how bad he was still my grandfather's son and my father's brother from the same mother. This is kinship." Han Shaoran placed his warm palm on Chu Yang's shoulder and said, "That's right. Although it's a roundabout way of thinking, it's still true kinship. The reason why you're upset isn't because of Chu Failong. It's because he is your uncle. This was something that would never change, be it life or death or enmity. As long as kinship exists, then no matter how much he betrays and hurts you, this kinship will not disappear. It will only change from warmth to pain, just like the pain you are in now." Chu Yang nodded. He had a feeling of enlightenment. Han Shaoran said deeply, "Kinship, haha. Even Chu Failong's kinship isn't much worse than anyone else's. Before he died, the only thing on his mind was the safety of his son. Isn't this kinship?" Chu Yang sighed deeply. Han Shaoran said, "I've been a law enforcer for many years. Every evil person that I've killed deserves to die 10 times. But do you know, as long as they have family members, everyone will be extremely sentimental towards their family members. Before they died, they would beg me to arrange for their family members after knowing that they have no hope of surviving. How can kinship change because of good and evil?" Chu Yang felt the same way and said, "That's right. Kind people have love in their hearts. Evil people's hearts aren't just a piece of desert." "That's right. What you said is very reasonable. So, after I kill them, I'll only confiscate 80% of their property. As for the remaining 20%, no matter how much it is, I'll leave it for their family members." Han Shaoran sighed. If there's no pity or reverence in law enforcement, it's just a privilege. Chu Yang said from the bottom of his heart, Elder Brother's law enforcement is really full of pity and benevolence. Han Shaoran smiled with a clear conscience. This is the biggest reason why I feel that I have a clear conscience. Chu Yang smiled. "Net, let me tell you a story," Han Shaoran said with a smile. "Okay." Chu Yang knew that anything that came out of the mouth of such an expert would be filled with a different charm or state of mind. Often, it would have a profound meaning. Since Han Shaoran told him this at this moment, he must have his own intentions. There was once a third-grade monarch-level expert. I won't say his name here. Han Shaoran recalled. He was obsessed with martial arts and neglected his newly married wife, causing her to have an affair with his best friend. This caused his temperament to change greatly, and he became extremely vicious from then on. He killed his best friend and imprisoned his wife for 10 years. For 10 years, he didn't even let his wife die, not even if she died of illness. He just kept her imprisoned. In the end, he fell into my hands. Do you know what his last request was before he died? Chu Yang asked. What? Han Shaoran let out a long sigh. Before he died, he begged me to let his wife go and give all his wealth to his wife. Then he asked me to ask for forgiveness from his wife. He said that he had let her down in his life. Han Shaoran smiled bitterly. Tell me, is this man too spineless, too hateful, too pitiful, too humiliating, too vicious, and too heartless? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This question was really not easy to answer. This man imprisoned his wife for 10 years, and he could be said to be vicious. But his life was also ruined because of this matter, and he could be said to be pitiful. He actually asked for forgiveness from the woman who betrayed him before he died, and it was simply humiliating, but who would know the pain of such a man in his life? If he didn't love his wife, why would he imprison her for 10 years? Wouldn't it be neat to kill her with one strike? He didn't kill her because of love. If he didn't hate his wife, why would he imprison her for 10 years? Imprisonment was also because of hate. Who could differentiate between love and hate? Chu Yang mulled over this story. This ordinary and even somewhat sorrowful story was filled with a kind of inexplicable feeling. This was the binding of love and hate. It really made one's mood depressed, but it also made one sigh sadly. This man can't let go, Chu Yang sighed. Let go. Can't let go. Han Shaoran let out a deep roar. His voice was like thunder in this narrow space, filled with the smell of blood. Chu Yang's whole body shook, and he suddenly felt as if he was enlightened. A cool feeling poured down from his head, and he said, Yes, the key is to let go. I can accept it. When it's time to let go, let go. Han Shaoran smiled cheerfully. If you can't let go, it's painful. If you let go, you'll be at ease. Actually, whether you let go or not depends on whether you're willing to torture yourself. Do you want to torture yourself? Yes, when it's time to let go, let go. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He only felt that his mood was very good, and he was very happy. Am I, Chu Yang, such a stupid person who tortures himself? Han Shaoran also laughed happily. Seeing that Chu Yang had let go of the knot in his heart, he finally felt relieved. He laughed and said, Yes, just because you said to let go, it's really good. Since you're not a stupid person, then let's go. I'll accompany you to drink. Then the corpse? Chu Yang was a little hesitant. He was thinking about how the clan would react if he sent the corpse back. It's not suitable for you to go home now, Han Shaoran said. If you bring the corpse back home now, then no matter how innocent you are, it'll be a huge blow to your clan. I'll help you settle this matter, Han Shaoran said. Sha Xinliang will handle it and send the corpse back. No matter how unwilling and uncomfortable you are tonight, you can't go back. He smiled. With me here, you can't go back either. Then, how do you conclude this matter for the clan? Chu Yang asked. Killed by Yi Wubua from the Yi clan, Han Shaoran said. This matter has nothing to do with you. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Elder brother, you've broken the law for me this time, and you've even given false testimony. Han Shaoran smiled. Not only that, I've also helped the evildoer. Huh. Chu Yang was puzzled. Bring him in. Han Shaoran turned back and shouted softly. Qin Baoshan, who hadn't appeared all this time, strode in. In his hand, he was carrying a person who looked like a dead dog. Qin Baoshan turned his hand, and the person in his hand turned around. His eyes were tightly closed, and he had obviously fainted. Chu Tinghu. It turned out that Qin Baoshan hadn't appeared all this time because he had gone to chase after Chu Tinghu. Chu Yang's eyes emitted a cold and sharp light. Murderous intent surged from his heart. Chu Yang had long made up his mind to never let this cruel, vicious, and shameless Chu Tinghu, who killed his father and brother, live. Now that he saw Chu Tinghu appear in front of him, he couldn't contain his anger anymore. If little brother can't bear to kill him, I can do it for you, Han Sharan laughed. Of course, if little brother wants to keep him alive, you can too. No need. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He clenched his teeth and said, I may be a little touched when dealing with human beings, and I may feel a little disappointed even if I kill them, but wouldn't I be letting down my conscience if I don't kill these beasts that are even worse than pigs and dogs? Qin Baoshan shouted, Little brother, you're right. Catch him. He shook his hand and threw Chu Tinghu over. With a thud, Chu Tinghu fell to the ground, but at the same time he regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and saw Chu Yang, he couldn't help but tremble. Chu Yang! Chu Yang looked at him coldly. Then he lifted the blood-stained sword with the tip of his foot. A cold light flashed in his hand. The sword was stained with Chu Feilong's blood, Chu Tingjiao's blood. Blood flashed. Chu Tinghu was extremely shocked, big, but before he finished his words, Chu Yang's sword had already pierced into his throat without any hesitation. Chu Yang didn't even let him finish calling him Big Brother, because he felt that if this beast called him Big Brother again, he would be so disgusted that he would vomit on the spot. Chapter 8:27. As Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan led people to send the corpses of Chu Feilong and the other two back to the Chu clan, the peaceful courtyard of the Chu clan was suddenly in chaos. No one expected that Chu Feilong and his father would be sent back with 3 corpses when they went out at the same time. Chu Feilong's wife spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Chu Feiling, Chu Fian, and the others rushed to the hall. The cries of the Chu clan were loud. Old Master Chu Xiongqing only wore clothes and ran out barefooted. Seeing the corpses of his sons and grandsons, the old master burst into tears. It was really unbearable for a white-haired person to send off a black-haired person. Although Chu Feiling was prejudiced against Chu Feilong, he couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the corpses of his brothers in front of him. What's going on? The old master's eyes were filled with tears. He shouted, Where did Feilong go today? How did he die? How did he die just like that? His voice was hoarse by the time he finished speaking. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't know what Chu Feilong was busy with these 2 days. Tingyun! Chu Xiongqing shouted, Do you know? Chu Tingyun was crying loudly on his father's corpse. Hearing his grandfather's question, he suppressed his sadness and said, Father has been leaving early and returning late these few days, and yesterday afternoon I heard that father arranged for 2 brothers to invite Brother Chu Yang to a banquet at the Lingyun Pavilion. Chu Yang? Chu Xiongqing's body shook and he took a step back. His face was pale, as if he had suddenly aged a few years. Yang. Chu Feiling raised his head and was shocked. Yes. Chu Tingyun said, I heard that father had a good relationship with Yi Wubua from the Yi clan, so he asked 2 brothers to lure Big Brother over. I was afraid that Big Brother would be in trouble, so I specially went over with Brother Tinkong to remind Big Brother. Chu Xiongqing looked at Chu Tinkong and Chu Tingxiao, and both of them nodded. Chu Xiongqing's straightened back instantly bent down. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Although Chu Tingyun didn't say it clearly, Chu Xiongqing had guessed it. Chu Failong must have colluded with Yi Wubwa and wanted to borrow Yi Wubwa's power to get rid of Chu Yang. But somehow he and his two brothers were killed. Since that was the case, then this matter obviously had something to do with Chu Yang. Chu Xiongqing recalled that when Chu Failing got into trouble back then, there were also people from the Yi clan who were active in this area. Last year, when he was seriously injured, it was Yi Wubwa who led the Yi clan to retreat suddenly, causing him to be poisoned. All these showed that Chu Failong and Yi Wubwa had long colluded with each other. Chu Xiongqing felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He didn't know what to say. Where's your big brother? Where's Chu Yang? Why didn't he come back? Chu Failing asked anxiously. Who sent the corpse back? It was sent back by Commander Shah. Chu Tingyun lowered his head and said, Commander Shah is currently outside the hall. Chu Xiongqing didn't say a word and strode out. He only stopped when he was in front of Shah Xinliang. Commander Shah, this matter, what exactly is going on? Chu Xiongqing suppressed the sadness in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Shah Xinliang sighed and said, Second Master, Chu fought with someone in Lingyun Pavilion and was— Who is it? Chu Xiongqing's eyes were burning. Shah Xinliang wanted to say something, but stopped. Chu Xiongqing's face suddenly turned pale, and he said, Could it be Chu Yang? Why would Clan Master Chu think so? Shah Xinliang said in astonishment, The other party is powerful, and there are many inside stories about this matter. It's inconvenient for me to say it directly. Chu Xiongqing pulled Shah Xinliang and walked a few steps forward. He bowed deeply and said, Commander Shah, please speak out for me. Shah Xinliang sighed and said, When the incident happened, we were in Lingyun Pavilion. Commander Shah Fa of the Southeast Region, Commander Han Shaoran, had just arrived at Flat Mountain Ridge recently. Brother Qin and I were welcoming Commander Han Shaoran. Zero replied to the first floor, 2012-07-3016. 58 report, let me say something too. Teba Commonweal, even if heaven is heartless, it will live forever. Marshal King 8-inch Commander Han Shaoran was also there at that time. Chu Xiongqing was shocked. Although he was there, he saw what happened clearly, Shah Xinliang said. I'd like to hear the details. Chu Xiongqing's face became serious. Han Shaoran was also there, but he didn't stop it. This was enough to show how complicated this matter was. At this point, Chu Xiongqing wouldn't doubt Chu Yang at all. With Han Shaoran's presence, how would he protect anyone with his temper? It seems that Second Master Chu was originally Yi Wubwa's subordinate. Shah Xinliang's words made Chu Xiongqing's face change. It seems that Second Master Chu had done something during this period of time, which made Yi Wubwa unhappy. Then Yi Wubwa lost his men. Second Master Chu blamed it on your grandson, Chu Yang. So Yi Wubwa requested to meet Chu Yang, and the meeting time was tonight, Shah Xinliang said. After Chu Yang arrived, Yi Wubwa realized that Chu Yang had no cultivation. After confirming that Chu Yang had no cultivation, he flew into a rage. He believed that Second Master Chu had deceived him and instantly turned hostile. Then Shah Xinliang recounted the situation at that time, including every word that Yi Wubwa said. Then he sighed and said, We were next door at that time, but Commander Shah Fa didn't do anything. He said at that time, What's the point of saving such a disloyal and unfilial person who killed his father and brother? As for his two sons, they killed each other in order to survive. They're even worse than beasts. Saving them was a dirty move. Chu Xiongqing sighed and looked up to the sky, speechless. Shah Xinliang's narration of Yi Wubwa's words dispelled the last bit of hope in Chu Xiongqing's heart. It turned out that the tragedy of his eldest son, Chu Failing, being separated from his flesh and blood was caused by Chu Failong. Chu Failong was also the one who caused the sudden misfortune of the clan's few capable stewards. Chu Xiongqing's poison was actually caused by his own son. Chu Xiongqing looked up to the sky and sighed. He could completely understand the meaning of Han Xiaoran's words. What's the point of saving such a person? If he were Han Xiaoran, he would definitely not do anything. In the end, when Commander Sha Fa saw that Yi Wubo was going to lay his hands on Chu Yang again, the two of us begged him to save divine Dr. Chu. Sha Xinliang sighed. There's something that Clan Master Chu may not know. My chronic illness was cured by your grandson, Chu Yang. So, I have always had a good impression of Duke Chu Yang, and have taken care of him before. This sentence also revealed Chu Xiongqing's long-standing doubts. Although Commander Sha Fa sent the two of us to send the corpse back to the Chu clan, he also asked us to pass a message to you, Sha Xinliang said. Head Enforcer, Lord Fa has a message for me. What message? Chu Xiongqing vaguely guessed, but still asked. It's fine if you don't take revenge. If you don't want to take revenge, you can take it slowly, Sha Xinliang said. Thank you, Commander Sha Fa. Chu Xiongqing looked up to the sky and sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have aged suddenly. Han Xiaoran's words were very clear. Can you afford to offend the Yi clan? Moreover, is it worth it to offend a strong enemy who can easily destroy the entire clan for such a person who's even worse than an animal? Your grandson has been hit by the Yi clan's triple soul-snatching technique. Commander Sha Fa is treating him personally. Once there's any improvement, we'll send someone to send him back. Clan Master Chu, you don't have to worry. Sha Xinliang and Chu Xiongqing took their leave. Chu Xiongqing stood in the courtyard for a long time, as if he was a wooden sculpture. Hearing the cries behind him, he felt helpless, sad and lonely from his body to the bottom of his heart. Little brother, actually there's something I don't understand. Han Xiaoran sat opposite Chu Yang, drank a cup of wine, and said with a smile, You've spent so much effort and used all means to get rid of Chu Failong through Yi Wubo. It's all because you don't want your hands to be stained with the karma of your relatives. But why did you suddenly take action and kill Chu Tinghu in the end? Chu Yang smiled faintly. Nothing. But at that time, I just felt that this bastard must die in my hands. If he died in someone else's hands, firstly, it's not enough to vent my hatred. Secondly, it's too easy for him. Han Xiaoran smiled. Thirdly, it's also because this person is too dangerous. It's too risky to leave him alive. You don't feel assured to let others kill him, right? Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Elder brother, you're underestimating me. No matter how dangerous Chu Tinghu is, how can he be compared to Yi Wubo? Reply 8. Keep reply 2 and D floor. July 30th, 2012, 1658 report, permanent petite bourgeoisie. Front row report, July 30th, 2012, 1700 hours, reply permanent petite bourgeoisie. Front row report, July 30th, 2012, 1700 hours, reply the only Xiaoyang in this bar. 3 report, July 30th, 2012, 1703, reply only Xiaoyang. Begging for fans report, July 30th, 2012, 1703, reply Saint Extreme Master. Front row report, July 30th, 2012, 1704, reply Remnant Dream Xiaotian Undersir. Squeezing report, July 30th, 2012, 1704, reply Yeo. When a diver enters the water, what's his hand movement? Report, July 30th, 2012, 1707, reply only Xiaoyang. Report, July 30th, 2012, 1708, reply I'll say something too. There are 3 more replies. Click to view. Tieba Commonweal, even if heaven is heartless, will live forever. Marshal King. 8 Han Xiaoran nodded. From your words, you don't intend to let Yi Wubo off. Of course. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yi Wubo is the main culprit. How can I let him off so easily? Dealing with Yi Wubo isn't a small matter. Han Shaoran reminded solemnly, "You need to have absolute confidence to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, you'd rather let him off and find another chance in the future. You mustn't act rashly. Your Chu clan is really not enough for Yi Wubo to deal with." Chu Yang smiled deeply. "I know what I'm doing. Yi Wubo isn't Chu Feilong. I've long heard of the Yi clan behind him." Han Shaoran nodded heavily. Then he seemed to ask intentionally, "Little brother, your spiritual fluctuation is normal. Even when you're using the triple soul-snatching technique, there's no abnormality. This is really strange." Chu Yang was shocked. He knew that Han Shaoran was a little suspicious. He said meaningfully, "I'm the inheritor of the medicine fairy. Doctors attach the most importance to the inheritance of the divine spirit." Han Shaoran suddenly realized and said, "It turns out that you've obtained the inheritance of the divine spirit." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. "Elder brother, please keep it a secret. This is my greatest reliance." Han Shaoran smiled and said, "Of course." Then he sighed, "No wonder your medical skills are so superb. No wonder. It turns out that you've obtained the inheritance of the divine spirit that's rarely seen in thousands of years." There was admiration and gratification in his voice. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. He winked and said, "Actually, Sha Xinliang seemed to have used this method to interrogate me before. I used it as a pretext to scold him and sprayed saliva all over his bald head. Aft? Ha ha ha." Han Shaoran suddenly choked and spat out a mouthful of wine. Then he laughed and pointed at Chu Yang with his trembling finger. "You're small, ha ha ha. You're small, ha 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 ha." As he laughed, he shook his head. "You're too mean." Chu Yang spread out his hands innocently and said, "I can't do anything about it. If I had shown it at that time, I'm afraid I would have been torn apart by Brother Sha. Sha Xinliang really made me have a stomachache." Han Shaoran still couldn't help but laugh when he thought of it. He winked and said, "How did you scold him then? Quickly tell me. Let me have some more fun." Chapter 828. Chu Yang was stunned. Start // Chu Yang didn't expect the strict and impartial law enforcement master to have such a gloating and gossipy side. At this moment, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan finally arrived. They heard Han Shaoran's laughter from afar. Sha Xinliang walked over with his shiny bald head and said, "Law enforcement master is so happy. You must have encountered something good? But what is it? Can you let me have some fun too?" Puff, puff. Chu Yang and Han Shaoran spat out a mouthful of wine at the same time. Then they coughed and laughed at the same time. Sha Xinliang's bald head was instantly covered with sweat. Sha Xinliang wiped his head awkwardly. Although he was depressed, he didn't dare to flare up. He said, "This is really. It's rare for law enforcement master to be in such a good mood." Han Shaoran stopped laughing and said, "I'm talking to Brother Chu about how you interrogated him that day." Hearing this, Sha Xinliang suddenly remembered. Instantly, anger rose from his heart, and hatred rose from his guts. New and old hatred surged into his heart. He jumped up, grabbed Chu Yang's lapel, and roared, "Good! If law enforcement master didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered it. Now I finally remember. You little bastard! You!" He roared furiously. "How come nothing happened to you after Yi Wubo's 3 stages of soul seizing this time? Last time, you actually pulled my collar and scolded me for half a minute." Chu Yang's face turned red. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. "You let go of me first." Sha Xinliang's face turned red. "No, you have to give me an explanation first." Chu Yang stuck out his tongue and had difficulty breathing. Suddenly, he saw Sha Xinliang's shiny bald head and couldn't help but laugh with difficulty. "Wasn't it? Ha 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 ha!" Sha Xinliang widened his eyes and panted heavily. "You have to give me an explanation today." "What explanation?" Han Shaoran said majestically. You were already planning to kill him at that time. How would he dare to tell you the truth? You didn't even think about how many of your lives were saved by this little brother. Furthermore, this little brother has uncovered the conspiracy this time, which is equivalent to saving millions of law enforcement officers in the southeast region. You actually have the nerve to say that. Sha Xinliang let go of his hand embarrassedly and laughed dryly. I'm just joking with him. As he said, he glared at Chu Yang fiercely, waved his fist, and said, I'll settle accounts with you after the law enforcement master leaves. As he said this, he couldn't help but laugh. Starter / Han Shaoran then asked with great interest, Sha Xinliang, what did he scold you for? Sha Xinliang was dumbfounded and opened his mouth wide. Qin Baoshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. I was there and saw everything. If law enforcement master is interested, I can explain everything to you in detail. Sha Xinliang was furious and glared at him. You! Qin Baoshan wasn't afraid of him at all. He snorted disdainfully and began to narrate vividly. Before he even finished half of the story, Han Shaoran was already convulsing with laughter. Sha Xinliang sat at one side angrily and drank cup after cup. In the end, even he was immersed in Qin Baoshan's story. He slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. As if the story was about someone else, the four of them talked for a while and laughed continuously. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Chu Yang said, Elder brother, when are you leaving today? Han Shaoran's face turned serious, and he said, The Southeast Law Enforcement Hall has been invaded. We really can't delay any longer. If there's nothing else, I want to set off tomorrow afternoon and rush back to the law enforcement headquarters in the South region. Chu Yang nodded and said, So, how do you plan to carry out this matter? Han Shaoran's face was gloomy, and he said, Just kill. Chu Yang said, If you want to kill him, there's not enough evidence. Han Shaoran laughed aloud. Although elder brother seems too strict and impartial, I'm not an inflexible person. Since it's already confirmed, why do we need any evidence if we want to kill him? As for his accomplices, we'll start with Tong Wuxin and interrogate him with torture. There hasn't been a single person who can hold back and not speak under the thousands of punishments in the law enforcement hall since ancient times. This matter is very likely to involve the Shi clan. Elder brother, you must be very careful. Don't alert the enemy, Chu Yang exhorted. After all, the Shi clan is one of the big clans. There are many martial saints in the clan. Elder brother, you can't do anything alone. You must be very careful. I know. Han Shaoran sighed. It's a pity that there are too few trustworthy people on hand. Otherwise, it's no big deal to start a war. He paused and said to Qin Baoshan, After I leave, you draft a document and report it to the Southeast headquarters. Let the Chu clan take over the transportation channel of the auction hall. He turned to Chu Yang and said, Chu Failong is already dead. There shouldn't be any problem, right? This was undoubtedly a huge cake. If the Chu clan took over the transportation channel of the auction hall, the strength of the entire clan would be greatly improved. Chu Yang frowned and said, Chu Failong is already dead. There shouldn't be any problem within the Chu clan. The problem is all the goods of the auction hall are transported through blood payers. If the Chu clan suddenly takes it over, we might offend the blood payers and block their source of income. And the strength of the Chu clan is also a little weak now. Han Shaoran smiled. This isn't a problem. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally go to the Chu clan and make an agreement with the clan master of Chu Xiongqing. Also, the emblem of the law enforcement master of the southeast region will be flying on the caravan. I believe that in the whole southeast region, anyone who dares to rob will also have to think twice. Sha Xinliang said, Little brother, the law enforcement master is right. Why are you still refusing such a good thing? Besides, with the emblem of the law enforcement master, even if something really happens, it has nothing to do with the Chu clan. It's a matter of the entire Southeast law enforcement officers. To put it bluntly, the people of the Chu clan are just running errands. That's all. Han Xiaoran's words were still a little reserved, but Sha Xinliang went straight to the bottom and revealed his bottom line. Han Xiaoran was unhappy and stared at Sha Xinliang fiercely. Sha Xinliang immediately shut his mouth. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Since there's such a good thing, even if you don't mention it, I'll still shamelessly stick to it." Han Xiaoran said, "Then this matter is settled." Everyone nodded. Han Xiaoran turned to Sha Xinliang. The law enforcement hall also needs to replenish some manpower. Once the situation is really chaotic, you need to become my last strength. Do you understand? Sha Xinliang stood up suddenly. "I understand." Han Xiaoran said, "After I go back, I'll immediately send some men to give you a purple cloud pill. After you take it, use the fastest speed to raise your cultivation to the martial saint level. If one pill doesn't work, then take two. And Qin Baoshan, you too. Raise your own strength as soon as possible so that you can have more power. By the way, filter the men I send strictly and select the reliable ones to form a sharp knife team." Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan agreed at the same time. Han Xiaoran sighed and said, "Currently the only people I can trust here are the two of you. Don't let me down. If one day, I, Han Xiaoran, die in the hands of a despicable person, the two of you will be my last base, and also the last hope of the entire Southeast law enforcement officers." Sha Xinliang said excitedly, "Law enforcement master, don't worry. You'll definitely be fine." Han Xiaoran smiled and said, "The weather is unpredictable. Who can say whether the Qingming day will be a stormy wind or a stormy sea?" He said deeply, "The two of you have misdeeds, but you're upright. This is the most desirable point. Moreover, there's little brother here. If there's anything, you can discuss it with him. Although he's young, he's much more scheming than the two of you. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. Do you understand?" Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan stood upright and nodded repeatedly. Han Xiaoran thought for a while, took off a token from his waist, and passed it to Chu Yang. "Little brother, there's a lot of undercurrents in the law enforcement officers now. Although your strength isn't weak, it's still too weak. So I don't dare to invite you to become a doctor in the law enforcement officers, for fear that I'll harm you. But you have my token. At times of crisis, you can take it out and say that you're the law enforcement doctor in the Southeast region that I've personally appointed. Then you'll be safe." Chu Yang took it over solemnly, but he felt that Han Xiaoran's words were a little dejected, as if he was entrusting his will to Chu Yang. Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Han, don't you have the confidence to purge the Southeast region this time?" Han Xiaoran smiled faintly and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He said meaningfully, "If you're fully grown and come to help me, I'll have nothing to worry about." Chu Yang's face was solemn and he nodded. He seemed to have agreed to something. Han Xiaoran raised his wine cup and said, "There's one thing that I want to remind the three of you. If I, Han Xiaoran, die, then all your efforts will be for naught. Little brother, you must immediately destroy your token and cut ties with me. The Chu clan will immediately terminate the cooperation with the law enforcement auction hall. Do you understand? As long as I'm here, I can protect you. But if I'm not here one day, the crisis will come immediately." The three of them didn't know what to say, so they could only drink this cup of wine silently. Han Xiaoran said, "I have a clear conscience in the Southeast region. But if I'm not here one day, Sha Xinliang, you must also remember that law enforcement officers enforce the law, the supreme law of the heavenly layer. If the heart and the law are united, even if you kill millions of people, you'll have a clear conscience." Han Xiaoran held the wine cup in his hand, and his expression was a little melancholy and contemplative. He said sympathetically, "The heavenly layer has always been about the rule of law, but this rule needs to be enforced by people. So there's never any rule of law. If a person is righteous, the law will be righteous. If a person is evil, the law will be evil. Whether a person is good or evil depends on his heart. As law enforcement officers, you and I must never let the supreme law of the heavenly layer become the plaything of power. You must remember this. Chapter 829. Sha, Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan stood upright and listened respectfully. Strange pop-up window cue, but Chu Yang was silent, pondering over the meaning of Han Shaoran's words. He had been trying his best to hide his cultivation, but Han Shaoran said, "Although you're not weak, you're still a little weak." This sentence was enough to show that he couldn't hide his cultivation from Han Shaoran. In other words, the current stage of the Thousand Phantom Technique couldn't make Han Shaoran misjudge him. Then Han Shaoran said, "I look forward to your success." This sentence was obviously looking forward to Chu Yang's influence, and not his martial arts cultivation. As long as the Chu clan's prestige and status rose, his reputation as a divine doctor would be able to complement the Chu clan's strength. Neither of them could be omitted. With the Chu clan strength, even if the Chu clan was fully supported by Han Shaoran for 100 years, it might not be able to catch his eye. With Chu Yang's medical skills, if he were to break into the world alone, he would either be captured or killed. It would be hopeless for him to stand out alone. So, only when the two complemented each other could the Chu clan's strength rise like a rocket in a short period of time. It could achieve Han Shaoran's goal. So, Han Shaoran had made it clear that he was fully supporting the Chu clan. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. This also means that although Han Shaoran downplayed the matter of the southeast region, it might not be so easy. Similarly, although he said it with a heavy heart, it wasn't that he lacked confidence. It was opportunity. Lack of opportunity, waiting for opportunity. Behind Tong Wuxin was one of the dominant clans, the Shi clan. Their strength was continuous, and they occupied 1/2 of the continent. How could they be easily humiliated? Han Shaoran turned to look at Chu Yang. Seeing that Chu Yang was deep in thought and seemed to have understood something, Han Shaoran's eyes revealed a look of approval. He knew that Chu Yang had more or less understood his meaning. You can't hide your cultivation from a martial saint. Do you understand? Han Shaoran said lightly. Chu Yang raised his head in horror. Thank you for enlightening me. He thought, it seems that I need to cultivate the Thousand Phantom Technique further. Han Shaoran pondered for a while and said, both of you, during this period of time, do your own things well. While improving your strength, do your best to support the Chu clan and let the Chu clan grow stronger as soon as possible. The flat mountain ridge can't be monopolized by one force. It's best to unite them. He frowned slightly and said casually, What Liao family? Just ban them. Yes, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan agreed at the same time. Han Shaoran made it sound as if the two big clans were not worth mentioning. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan also agreed as if it was absolutely natural. From this, it could be seen how powerful the law enforcement officers were. In this way, as long as the Chu clan can be successfully integrated in the shortest amount of time, its strength will be greatly improved. However, the unification and internal digestion after the integration is an extremely complicated matter. Little brother, do you have any good ideas? Han Shaoran asked. That's all. Chu Yang sneered and said, How can we still have the time to use conciliatory methods to divide and influence them bit by bit? We can only use the most forceful method to unify them into a group. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. That's it. As for the future troubles, even if there will be none after the thunderous methods are integrated. I really didn't misjudge you. Little brother, you're someone who can achieve great things. Han Shaoran smiled with relief. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Chu Yang smiled faintly. Yes, and the purple cloud pills that I've given to Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan will be in danger if they take them. At that time, we need a brilliant doctor to take care of them. We mustn't let these two guys not only fail to improve their cultivation, but also explode into minced meat. That's not worth the loss. Han Shaoran smiled slightly. Elder brother, don't worry, Chuyang said solemnly. With me here, as long as the purple cloud pills really have that kind of effect, I guarantee that they'll advance to the martial saint level smoothly. That's good. Han Shaoran was relieved. Little brother, your first sentence is better than any other guarantee. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were also relieved. The purple cloud pill was really the #1 treasure of the law enforcement hall. Back then, the third-generation Dharma Supreme was proficient in pharmacology. After thousands of years, he gathered countless rare medicines and wanted to refine the pill for his dying father to increase his cultivation and compete with heaven for his lifespan. Although he didn't succeed in the end, the prescription of this magical pill was passed down. After being modified by generations of Dharma Supreme, it was discovered that although this prescription couldn't increase one's lifespan, it could increase one's martial power. Moreover, it could increase one's cultivation by as much as 500 years. The only drawback was that the medicinal effect was too strong. Generally, after taking it, one would probably explode and die on the spot. And even if a monarch took it, there was a 100% risk of his body exploding. And once he reached the martial saint level, he wouldn't be able to use the medicinal effect to increase his cultivation. It was a magical pill, but also extremely poisonous. This pill was named the Purple Cloud Pill from then on. It became the top secret medicine of the law enforcement hall, and was also a great means to cultivate experts. When Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan heard about the Purple Cloud Pill, they were both happy and worried. Now that they heard Chu Yang's promise, they were slightly relieved. Little brother, when Yi Wubua from the Yi clan brings over 10,000 purple crystals, the Chu clan can keep 8,000 purple crystals. Han Shaoran added 3,000 purple crystals from the original 5,000 purple crystals. Okay. Chu Yang didn't decline and agreed directly. These 8,000 purple crystals were what the Chu clan urgently needed at the moment. Since they wanted to expand their forces, how could they do it without purple crystals? Well, the integration and development of the Chu clan will be smooth in 4 months, right? Han Shaoran asked. Chu Yang lowered his head and frowned. The time is too short, but it should be enough. That's good. Half a year later, on the 10th day of March next year, there will be a medicine banquet in the Zhuge clan. At that time, all the outstanding pharmacists from the big clans and law enforcement officers will go. All the seniors from the Medicine Valley will also go. Even the Dharma Supreme will send an MC. Little brother, if you want to stand out and make a name for yourself, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Han Shaoran said solemnly. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Medicine banquet? Han Shaoran said yes. At that time, it will not only be a competition between pharmacists, but also to determine the new generation's #1 pharmacist. Moreover, all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs will appear one by one there. That place is equivalent to a super big market and super big auction. Everything will be hosted by the headquarters of the law enforcement officers to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The big clans will be there with sufficient financial resources, and everyone will take what they need. So, there will be people who will make a fortune, and there will also be people who will go bankrupt. Han Shaoran's words had a deeper meaning. This is a good opportunity. Chu Yang squinted his eyes and started to daydream. For people with superb medical skills like you, it's indeed a great opportunity. Han Shaoran said, You must know that even if you have medical skills but no medicine, you'll be greatly discounted. Especially if you can make a name for yourself there, you'll immediately become popular. In heaven, as long as you're recognized by the Medicine Valley, you'll become the target of recruitment by the big clans. And with such a divine doctor, it'll be equivalent to having an excellent protective amulet, he smiled and looked at Chu Yang. "Little brother, are you interested?" Chu Yang said without hesitation, "Of course. I'm very interested." His voice was even a little excited. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's consciousness base was also so happy that his mouth cracked open. It seemed that a top-class banquet was about to unfold in front of him. Medicine banquet, haha. Chu Yang's tribulation sword hadn't had top-class medicine for a long time. As long as he entered that place and had enough financial resources, then wouldn't Tribulation's sword be able to eat whatever he wanted? Moreover, even if he didn't have enough financial resources, wouldn't he have Han Sharon's help? To say the least, even if he didn't have the financial resources and Han Sharon's help, wouldn't he be able to steal from Tribulation's sword? Damn it, if he wanted to steal from Tribulation's sword, who could stop him? King of Hell Chu's imagination was running wild. If you're interested, come to the Southeast headquarters to find me. I'll wait for you there and give you the identity of a member of the law enforcement hall to follow me there. Han Sharan said. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Since you've already made up your mind, I'll naturally be happy to comply." Han Sharan smiled and said, "Today we'll start to clean up the Chu clan and increase our strength. Then, your identity will definitely be exposed. So, when the time comes, not only will I provide you with an identity, I'll also change your appearance. I hope you'll be prepared early." Chu Yang said, "I know. If there's a top pharmacist in the world in the Chu clan now, I'm afraid the Chu clan will disappear from this world in less than half a month. But if I use the identity of a member of the law enforcement hall, it'll be completely different." Han Sharon's eyes were full of admiration. Chu Yang's comprehension ability really made him admire him. Chu Yang could infer many things from one instance, so much so that he had only started to speak, and Chu Yang had already understood everything. It was really comfortable and pleasant to talk to such a person. After the medicine banquet, you'll have to gain fame. Then, with fame, you'll be able to rely on others to enter another important occasion to absorb talents. Han Sharon's face was solemn, and this occasion is the key. It's also the key to your future achievements. Chu Yang said, "Oh." Han Sharon said, "What I'm talking about is the Heavenly Prosperity Assembly." Heavenly Tripod Assembly? Chu Yang was puzzled. Yes. The Heavenly Tripod Assembly is an assembly held once every 100 years in the Heavenly Tripod continent. It's also a chance for the martial artists in the world to reach the heavens in one step. And you, if you become the new king of medicine, then you'll have the chance to become this heavens in one step. Han Sharon smiled and said, "If the big clans really have a conspiracy to deal with the law enforcement officers, our forces will also start to take shape at that time." Chu Yang nodded solemnly. He had vaguely heard about the Heavenly Tripod Assembly and the medicine banquet before, but he didn't know much about it. Now that he knew that it was actually these two places, he was instantly interested. To be continued. Chapter 830. You can marry me if you want. Lu Tingyun said, "Love without sexual bliss won't last long. If you want a woman to belong to you forever, the first thing you have to do is to make sure she can't leave your bed. Is it really just pain?" Mu Han didn't believe it and asked again. Han Jingyan nodded her head like a rattle drum. Mu Han was deeply affected by her straightforwardness. He pulled his hair and his face turned green and white. Han Jingyan looked at him in fear. She was afraid that Mu Han would pounce on her and force himself on her. To do it or not to do it, this was a question worth pondering. Looking at Han Jingyan's pitiful and aggrieved look, Mu Han was very conflicted. He was currently looking up. He was burning with desire and his heart was itching unbearably. If he stopped at this time, it would most likely leave a scar for the rest of his life. He might even be impotent forever. Han Jingyan's expression gave him the heaviest blow to his dignity as a man. As a true powerhouse, how could he not let his woman experience sexual bliss? He pulled his hair and pressed down on Han Jingyan again with a pale face. He didn't give up and asked again, "You really didn't enjoy it?" Han Jingyan's face was as red as a tomato. She squeezed out a voice from between her teeth. No. She was so resolute that it hurt Mu Han. How could this be? He looked at his erect little brother and then looked at Han Jingyan with an expression that said, "Don't even think about forcing yourself on me again." Mu Han had to admit that he was being looked down upon. Moreover, it was a question of a man's ability. He looked at Han Jingyan aggrievedly and coaxed softly, "Be good. Let me try again, okay? My little brother really hurts." Han Jingyan's face was burning red. After hearing his shameless words, she really wanted to tear his mouth apart. He looked at her and said, "You just said that you will love me. My little brother is really in pain. Can you bear to see it impotent forever?" Han Jingyan was embarrassed and angry. She didn't know who Mu Han learned this shameless look from. She really wanted to slap this shameless pervert to death. However, she thought about it again. His willingness to coax her meant that he was in a good mood. If she really dared to slap him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't go berserk and torture her to death. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't make up her mind. Her life had been ruined by Mu Han. When he was in a good mood, she was his lover in the palm of his hand. When he was unhappy, she was a slave crawling at his feet. #blocked Han Jingyan's eyes were red as he looked at him, feeling wronged. Although Mu Han's gaze was gentle, it carried the unquestionable authority of a superior. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato, making people want to take a bite. "Good girl, don't let it wait too long." He wrapped his arms around her waist and smiled fawningly. "You have to learn to adapt, right? You said you would love me, right? We're doing what is good for love. Why don't you kiss it?" He looked at her with a burning gaze and saw her face turn red as if blood was about to drip out. He felt even more aggrieved than her. Lu Tingyun's girlfriend always helps him suck on his penis. "Little Yan Yan, didn't you say you would love me? Who would ask someone else's lover like this?" Han Jingyan was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. Mu Han was still nagging her. She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Did he want her to live or not? #blocked Mu Han was so happy that he immediately stripped himself naked. He pressed Han Jingyan's hand to his crotch and coaxed softly, "It likes you a lot. Touch it." He had always been direct in his masturbation. In the past, those women would always faint from his violence, but they would still stick to him when they woke up. Therefore, he always thought that he was very good in this aspect. Mu Han had never thought that this kind of masturbation was wrong. It was only when Han Jingyan cried out in pain and begged for mercy that he started to realize that he was a little too rough. He didn't know much about sex. Although Lu Tingyun was an expert in masturbation, he always gave him dirty tricks. He would spoof Japanese adult education films for him. Mu Han learned from him. He wanted to give Han Jingyan a happy sex life, but he didn't expect that it would be so far away. It even left a shadow in Han Jingyan's heart. Han Jingyan touched Mu Han as she shed tears. She didn't tell him what she was feeling, but she just couldn't stop her tears. She felt that she was really cheap. She was no different from a prostitute. #blocked Han Jingyan opened her eyes and glared at the hand that was being held tightly by Mu Han. She really wanted to chop off the ugly thing that was slowly growing in her hand. She bit her lower lip. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to cry. Why didn't it let her go? #blocked he smiled coldly. Han Jingyan, this is mine. Han Jingyan shouted. No, you said you wanted to use your hand. She blamed him angrily. Mu Han shrugged and smiled. You believe a man's words in bed? You're so silly and naive. Chapter 831. Seeing that the moon had already set to the west, Han Sharan finished the wine in front of him. His body was a little shaky, and he said, Little brother, it's not early anymore. From today onwards, your life will be stormy. It's better for you to rest early. What a surprise! Chu Yang laughed and turned his thoughts back to the Chu clan. He thought, what's the situation in the Chu clan now? Han Shaoran stood up and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He seemed to be a little drunk, but Chu Yang knew that he wasn't drunk. With Han Shaoran's alcohol tolerance, he wouldn't be drunk even if there were dozens of jars of wine, let alone this much wine. But often, the words spoken when one pretended to be drunk were the true insights. Since Han Shaoran behaved like this, there must be something important that he wanted to tell Chu Yang that was inconvenient to say when he was sober. So, Chu Yang immediately pricked up his ears. Han Shaoran was drunk and laughed loudly. Then he lowered his voice and leaned his whole body on Chu Yang's shoulder, as if he was too drunk to stand. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan put their arms around each other's shoulders knowingly and whispered at one side. Han Shaoran leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and laughed softly. He said, "Brother, there's no other choice in this world. No matter if you want to do good or do evil, you need power. And all these require power and influence. As long as you have fame, you can have influence. With influence, you can have power. Only when you have power, you can have people to rely on. That's why you have power. If you want to do good, but you don't have power, then don't talk about helping others. You don't even dare to marry a beautiful wife, because you can't protect her. Marrying a beautiful wife is just waiting to be cuckolded. If you want to do evil, but you don't have power, you can only be a model. If you have power, even if you kill someone in front of the Dharma Supreme, the Dharma Supreme will also turn a blind eye. Just like Yi Wubwa, isn't he evil? Haha, but today even I can only watch him leave. Punishing him with 10,000 purple crystals is just a small gesture. Everyone, do you want face? Yi Wubwa has done too many evil deeds in his life. He should have died 100 times. Don't I want to kill him? Don't I want to catch him? But he has power behind him, the Yi clan. This is called being helpless. So what if your chest hurts from holding it in? So, little brother, in this life, you must not be helpless. Don't be as helpless as this old brother. The laws of heaven are the most sacred things. I hold them in my hands, but I don't dare to kill them. If there are scruples about the law, then what kind of law is this? If you also feel helpless, then you'll feel helpless, so entering this life, in order to not feel helpless, we have to do something. We have to do something that can make us feel less helpless, Han Shaoran laughed. Isn't this also a kind of helplessness? He let go of Chu Yang's shoulder and roared as he left. He laughed all the way. Helpless, ah! Helpless, ah! His body disappeared into the thick darkness of the night amidst the helpless sound of his voice. Chu Yang stood there in a daze. He pondered over the meaning of these words for a long time. Then he slowly turned around and walked back. Before he left, he didn't say goodbye to Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. Since Han Shaoran told him in this way, his meaning was obvious. Don't let Sha Xinliang know about it. Why don't I let him know? Chu Yang asked himself. Because Sha Xinliang doesn't have such courage. Chu Yang answered himself. Then what did he mean? Did he just say that he felt helpless? No, he told me that I have to build up my own strength and influence first. But he already said that just now. What he said just now was to build up everyone's influence, not my influence. My influence? What is my influence? My influence is the influence that I can completely make decisions for myself. This kind of influence is different from what he said just now. Of course it's different, because this is the real backup plan that Han Shaoran has arranged. Once everyone's influence fails, there must be a completely independent influence left. So, although Han Shaoran has planned this operation thoroughly, he still isn't confident. Yes, so he reminded me that although he's the leader now, I can't rely on him for everything. Yes, I need to have my own plans. Rely on yourself for everything. This is the real meaning of what Han Shaoran wanted to say. Chu Yang walked all the way back to the Chu clan silently. When Chu Yang reached home, it was almost dawn, but the Chu clan was still in a busy and sorrowful state. Chu Yang was caught by his mother, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, and interrogated. After dealing with his parents, he was called by his grandfather for another round of interrogation. "Is it you?" Chu Xiongqing looked at his grandson blankly, and his eyes were red. Chu Yang realized that half of his grandfather's hair had turned white overnight. "It has something to do with me," Chu Yang said frankly, "but it wasn't me who did it." Chu Xiongqing let out a long sigh and sat on the chair wearily. He waved his hand and asked Chu Yang to go back and rest. However, he seemed to have lost all his strength and didn't want to say a word. Chu Yang sighed, bowed, and turned to leave. "I can guess what he's done all these years. Although I don't have any evidence, I've always been suspicious," Chu Xiongqing said softly when Chu Yang was about to leave the room. Chu Yang paused. "But I didn't do anything," Chu Xiongqing murmured. "Because he's still your flesh and blood," Chu Yang said quietly. "I can understand you, but I can't agree with you. And I won't agree with you. That's because you're still young, and you haven't been a father," Chu Xiongqing said sadly. "Maybe." Chu Yang was silent for a while, and said, "But even if I'm a father, I won't allow an unfilial child to cause another obedient child to be wronged and persecuted." Chu Yang said lightly, "It's good for a son to be filial. But a filial son doesn't mean that you'll allow him to be wronged indefinitely." Chu Xiongqing sighed deeply. "A bowl of water isn't full." But it's also because of this that the Chu clan has always been in a half-dead state and hasn't improved for so many years. Chu Yang said, "As the clan master, you're not just a father. You don't have the right to let thousands of people in the clan die for an unfilial son." After saying that, Chu Yang walked out of the door without looking back. Chu Xiongqing sat beside the coffin, motionless under the oil lamp. After a long time his tears fell silently and he sighed, "But even if I'm wrong, I'm still a father." The next day, in the morning, the Chu clan, which was busy with the funeral, welcomed a distinguished guest. The law enforcement officer of the southeast region, Han Shaoran, entered the Chu clan in a high-profile manner. The local law enforcement hall was escorted by 80 law enforcement officers, and Commander Sha Xinliang cleared the way. The law enforcement auction hall was escorted by Clan Master Qin Baoshan, and all the members of the Law Enforcement Blood Payers Hall were following behind. Han Shaoran entered the Chu clan with a great momentum and shook the entire flat mountain ridge. He made an agreement with the clan master of the Chu clan, Chu Xiongqing, and gave the Chu clan the right to escort goods. Then a few law enforcement officers spread the news and issued orders to various places. They even reported to the top clan in the southeast region, the Shao clan, immediately. This was equivalent to Han Shaoran declaring to the Shao clan, "In the future, the Chu clan will be under my protection. Please let go of the Shao clan. For the sake of the law enforcement officers, please give me face." Han Shaoran's cultivation was definitely not the highest in the southeast region. Even in the Shao clan, there were many people whose cultivation was higher than Han Shaoran's. However, Han Shaoran's identity was directly under the Dharma Supreme, the law enforcement officer of the southeast region. This identity was like that of a governor of the border. Who dared to disrespect him? The Chu clan had the backing of the entire southeast law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme. Therefore, no matter how unhappy the Shao clan was, they could only accept it for the time being. At the same time, Han Shaoran sent out news to the elders of the Liao clan and Bao clan, as well as the temporary elders of the Shao clan, to rush to the Chu clan and announce the dominant position of the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge. They even killed 7 elders of the Liao clan and Bao clan who dared to disagree with them. They used their blood to show their determination to bring the Liao clan and Bao clan into the Chu clan's territory. If there's any problem with the goods, both of you will be held responsible. Han Xiaoran's words completely stopped the Liao clan and Bao clan from having any devious thoughts. The ruthlessness of the law enforcement officers, Han Xiaoran's heartlessness, and the silence of the Xiao clan made the Liao clan and Bao clan feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Han Xiaoran sat coldly on the high platform, full of murderous intent. Beside him, the law enforcement officers from the Law Enforcement Hall, the Law Enforcement Auction Hall, and the Law Enforcement Blood Payers Hall all had murderous looks in their eyes. Obviously, as long as the two clans dared to say no, they would be exterminated. Under the threat of survival if they nodded, and death if they shook their heads, the two heads of the Liao clan and Bao clan could only sign this inexplicable contract with tears in their eyes. This was really a disaster that fell from the heavens. Moreover, they couldn't figure out the reason at all. Since ancient times, there had been many annexations by aristocratic clans, but it was the first time that law enforcement officers came out to help annexation. They really didn't know what kind of luck the Chu clan had to encounter such a thing that fell from the heavens. Subsequently, Han Xiaoran announced that Chu Feiling, Chu Fian, and Chu Feiyan from the Chu clan would be the commanders of the caravan, and they were awarded the flag that represented the Southeast law enforcement officer on the spot. This action showed that Han Xiaoran was trying his best to support the Chu clan. It was obvious that he was trying his best. He wanted the Liao clan and Bao clan to give up completely. Subsequently, Qin Baoshan represented the law enforcement auction hall to pay the Chu clan a deposit of 3,000 purple crystals. This made everyone's jaws drop. All along, it was the caravan that paid the law enforcement auction hall as a deposit, and after the goods arrived safely, the deposit would be returned to the law enforcement auction hall after it was confirmed that there was no mistake. But now, the law enforcement auction hall actually paid the deposit first? There was such a saying? Finally, Han Xiaoran expressed his deep condolences for the death of the second master of the Chu clan, Chu Feilong, and said, "The murderer has been found, and the law enforcement hall has punished him. The murderer is willing to pay 8,000 purple crystals as compensation to the Chu clan." To be continued. Chapter 832. After completing the ceremony, Han Xiaoran had a cordial conversation with clan master Chu Xiongqing. Then he warned the other big clans and left hurriedly. Strange pop-up window queue, he came and went as fast as lightning. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. Everyone in the Chu clan felt the same way. This was a great thing for the Chu clan. Even the sad atmosphere caused by the death of Chu Feilong's father was blown away to the greatest extent. Originally, the biggest source of income for the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge was to compete with the other two clans for the Xiao clan's trade route. As for the trade with the law enforcement hall, the Chu clan didn't even dare to think about it. That was a big cake, but the Chu clan didn't have the ability to eat it. Besides, the law enforcement officers were known to be difficult to talk to. Once there was a little mistake. Even if the Chu clan lost the entire clan, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the anger of the law enforcement officers. But now, such a great thing was not only sent to the Chu clan, but also gave them preferential treatment. Not only did the Chu clan give them a source of income, but they also didn't need to bear any responsibility. How could there be such a good thing? The Liao clan and the Bao clan were completely shocked. In this case, even if they submitted to the Chu clan, it wouldn't be a bad thing, because it was obvious that the Chu clan had a lot of connections. It was good to lean on a big tree. Now that the Chu clan had just started to develop, there wasn't much that could be done. As long as everyone worked hard and developed, they wouldn't be mistreated, right? Their future was bright. The Chu clan immediately became busy. Master Chu Xiongqing took this opportunity to integrate the three big clans. The two commanders, Chu Feiling and Chu Fian, were immediately appointed. All the experts above the 5th grade of martial emperor from the three big clans were selected to form a group of bodyguards for the caravan. Each clan sent out 3 martial monarchs, while the Chu clan sent out 4 martial monarchs. A total of 10 martial monarchs were to hold the fort. The bodyguards were ready to go on the road and start the trade. The resistance from the other 2 big clans didn't happen. Instead, they cooperated. Everything went smoothly. The Liao clan became the second hall of the Chu clan, and the Bao clan became the third. The Chu clan naturally became the headquarters. In the afternoon, Qin Baoshan from the law enforcement auction hall sent a message. There was a mission. Chu Feiling and Chu Fian immediately set off on their journey to strengthen the Chu clan. The Chu clan's funeral was also hastily handled. Although the situation was still solemn, it wasn't considered a big occasion. This was because old Master Chu was still alive. Chu Feilong's father would at most die a premature death. It wouldn't be a major funeral. This was the custom of the Chongtian. Everything was carried out in secret. Everything was simple and fast. Divine Dr. Chu looked and listened for a while, and finally realized that even if he wasn't here, it didn't seem to matter. Actually, it was like he had hunted a rabbit on the night of the 35th day of the Lunar New Year. With or without him, he would still celebrate the Lunar New Year. So, Divine Dr. Chu wanted to slip away. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Chu Yang quietly started to move. After taking a few steps, he was grabbed by a pair of small hands. "Take me back too." It was Chu Lu-er. The little girl was very tired, because Chu Lu-er insisted on following him, and she was so tired that she couldn't walk. Chu Yang could only carry this little girl on his back. How pitiful! Divine Dr. Chu sighed in his heart. Even if I'm in the law enforcement hall, I have a special carriage to sit in. But in my own home, I don't even have such treatment. Just as he left the Chu clan's gate, he saw a few black-clothed people standing in front of the gate. Behind him, there was a person who was looking at Chu Yang with unfriendly eyes. Chu Yang frowned. These 7 people were from the Shao clan's Flat Mountain Ridge branch. The first person to enter was the temporary host of the Shao clan. He was still inside just now. Why did he suddenly appear here? Looking at the situation, it seemed that the host was specially here to block him. "You're Chu Yang, the master of the purple crystals, Huichan Hall?" The first person looked at Chu Yang with gloomy eyes and a hooked nose. He looked at Chu Yang with some disdain and asked lightly, "What do you want from the Shao clan?" Chu Yang, who was carrying Chu Lu-er, didn't put her down. He curled his lips and replied lightly, "You're rude to me, so how can I be respectful to you?" "Shao clan? So what? Wasn't Shao Yulong crippled by me? Shao Yulong fell into your trap? Not only did he die tragically, but he also compensated you with a large sum of purple crystals?" The hooked nose asked heavily, "That's the punishment of the law enforcement officers. It has nothing to do with me." Chu Yang pushed the blame away, cleanly. The hooked nose snorted coldly. His face was covered with a layer of frost. "You think that you can do whatever you want with the law enforcement officers backing you up?" Chu Yang sneered and said, "You're right. If all the law enforcement officers in the world are backing me up, then I really have nothing to fear." The hooked nose was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He snorted heavily and said, "I'm Shao Yuqing." Chu Yang said weakly, "I've heard a lot about you. Shao Yulong is my younger cousin." Shao Yuqing looked at Chu Yang with his eagle-like eyes and said heavily, "Not only did he die for no reason, but he also died too unjustly." Chu Yang sighed and said, "All the people who die say this," Shao Yuqing sneered. He lowered his voice and said, "Grand Duke Chu, you'll say this very soon. You dare to blackmail my Shao clan. You've got guts." Chu Yang said impatiently, "Do you dare to kill me today?" Shao Yulong said angrily, "Do you think I don't dare?" Chu Yang sighed and walked over with Chu Lu-er on his back. He stretched out his hand and pushed Xiao Yuqing to one side. He walked past Xiao Yuqing and scolded. There's always such a group of idiots in the world. They obviously don't dare to, but they still say that they dare to. They're just flaunting their authority with their mouths. I've seen a lot of such idiots. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Cut the crap. To think that I thought that someone with some backbone had come. I didn't expect that I've wasted half a day's worth of saliva. Just now, when the law enforcement master was here, I didn't see this guy being so awesome. When Xia Xinliang and the other law enforcement officers were here, this guy also didn't dare to fart. But now he's blocking me. He really knows how to bully others. Tomorrow I'll catch a rat and scold him. Isn't he just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Who doesn't know how to do that? As he scolded, he carried Chu Lu'er and walked away. Xiao Yuqing was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He glared at Chu Yang as he walked away with Chu Lu'er on his back. After a long time, he finally started to pant. The other law enforcement officers also turned purple with anger. Chu Yang, when you land in my hands, I'll make you pay 1,000 times the price for what you said today. Xiao Yuqing panted. Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you've curried favor with the law enforcement officers. He thought that Chu Yang wouldn't be able to hear him because he didn't have any cultivation. But he didn't expect that Chu Yang could hear every word clearly. In front of him, Chu Lu'er's crisp laughter could be heard. Brother Chu Yang, your words are really hooligan, but I like it. Hee hee. Xiao Yuqing's face became distorted. Chu Yang said faintly, Lu'er, you must remember that it's okay to scold such a cowardly person. You can even scold his own mother. Yes. Big brother, you're so awesome. I'll remember it. That person doesn't dare to say a word after being scolded by you. But it's better that big brother doesn't scold his mother. That's not good. Yes, Lu'er is a good girl. She's soft-hearted. I like Gaga. Yes, I won't scold his mother in the future. Yes, big brother is so nice. You can just scold his father. The voices of the brother and sister faded away. The 7 members of the Xiao clan stood there in a daze. Murderous aura was emanating from Chu Yang's body. His face was distorted and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Chu Yang didn't intend to speak nicely at all. He understood very well, since the Xiao clan had specially sent Xiao Yulong's cousin here to preside over this matter. Then the meaning of this was obvious. One could even guess it with their knees. Since this matter couldn't be avoided or resolved no matter what, why should I swallow this insult? So he took advantage of the fact that Xiao Yuqing was at the gate of the Chu clan. Moreover, Han Xiaoran had just supported him. He was sure that Xiao Yuqing wouldn't dare to lay his hands on him, so he scolded him fiercely. Even if he still had to kill him in the end, this scolding still made him happy. The little girl's body was very light, but King of Hell Chu didn't use his cultivation and only used his physical strength to carry her. In the end, it felt like he was carrying a small mountain. When Chu Yang returned to the purple crystals Huichan Hall, he couldn't even lift his legs. When he finally arrived at the purple crystals Huichan Hall, he saw that Huang Xiaoliu was angrily refusing to drink the medicine. Seeing that divine Dr. Chu wasn't around, Huang Xiaoliu finally started to make trouble. Chu Yang was very angry. He shouted, "Get lost if you don't want to drink it. Why do you have so many bad habits?" Huang Xiaoliu's whole body trembled as if he had heard thunder. His face turned pale, and he drank the medicine obediently. Now, when Huang Xiaoliu saw Chu Yang, it was as if he had seen the incarnation of a devil. He felt an indescribable fear. Then he ran to the corner of the wall with a bitter face. He slanted his nose and mouth, and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. A line of bright saliva could be seen flowing down from the corner of his mouth. Drip, 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 drip. It was the bitter water that flowed out from the physiological reaction of his mouth. This kind of bitter water, no matter if it was too sour or too bitter, would flow out. Huang Xiaoliu couldn't vomit, but he realized that this could slightly reduce the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. So, every time he drank the medicine, he would lean against the corner of the wall and drool by himself. Huang Xiaoliu had been drinking the medicine for 3 days. In these 3 days, Huang Xiaoliu felt that he had already spent 3 years. No, it was 30 years. Every day, Huang Xiaoliu would feel full after drinking a bowl of yellowish medicinal soup. Even if he wasn't full, he would feel full from the disgust. It's like, shit, is this still a day? On the 4th day, the people from the Huang clan came back. Chu Yang still underestimated how much the Huang clan valued this only son. Not only did they bring back all the medicines that Chu Yang needed for the so-called second course of treatment, but they also brought back extremely detailed information. Not only that, the clan master of the Huang clan also came personally. He even brought along Huang Xiaoliu's mother, his 4 concubines, and Huang Xiaoliu's 2 wives, and a large number of experts to protect them. Such a huge lineup made divine Dr. Chu dumbfounded. To be continued. Chapter 833. When the few husbands saw Huang Xiaoliu, they immediately called him darling. They surrounded him and asked him questions. Huang Xiaoliu was at the most uncomfortable moment in his life. When he saw his wife, he immediately burst into tears and rolled on the ground, as if he had suffered some grievances. He cried and complained, causing the other husbands to tear up. Some of them couldn't help but look at Chu Yang with an unfriendly look in their eyes. In fact, some of them were gnashing their teeth. Chu Yang finally understood how this playboy came about. It seems that Huang Xiaoliu is treated like a treasure at home. Who dares to reprimand him? Huang Gong's 2 wives stood timidly at one side. They seemed to be a little embarrassed, and their faces were red. Divine Dr. Chu looked over and saw that Huang Xiaoliu's 2 wives were beautiful. Although they weren't exceedingly beautiful, they had graceful figures and were very elegant. Although they were dressed as young women, they were obviously still virgins from their figures and faces. There was a little bitterness in their eyes. When Huang Gong saw his wives, he immediately felt guilty. He didn't even cry anymore. He rubbed his hands, smiled embarrassedly, and occasionally sighed secretly. Helpless. Divine Dr. Chu suddenly had a deep realization. The biggest helplessness in life wasn't that he couldn't earn money or gather strength. It was that he couldn't do anything despite having 2 beautiful wives by his side. Chu Yang really sympathized with Huang Xiaoliu at this moment. Under such circumstances, he actually persisted for so long and didn't commit suicide. Huang Gong's endurance was also one of the best in the world. How many worries could one have in life? He was just like Huang Xiaoliu, who had beautiful wives. If Huang Gong went to the brothel, he would be even more worried. This time, Clan Master Huang even specially brought a pharmaceutical master to study Huang Xiaoliu's condition with divine Dr. Chu. The pharmaceutical master's surname was also Huang, and his name was Huang Yaosher. Huang Yaosher was studying the medicinal decoction made by divine Dr. Chu for a long time. Finally, he whispered to Clan Master Huang, "This medicinal decoction is the first one I've seen in my life, and it has a mysterious power. It seems that it's very beneficial to men. It seems that divine Dr. Chu is helping Huang Gong to strengthen his foundation." Clan Master Huang instantly beamed with joy and felt relieved. Clan Master Huang was thin like a twin. When he saw Chu Yang, he sighed, cupped his hands, and laughed heartily. "Divine Dr. Chu? Ha ha ha. Thank you for taking care of me. I've troubled you during this period." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Clan Master Huang is too polite." He thought, "This Clan Master Huang is much smaller than my son. My name is Huang Shang." He, I am the current head of the Huang family. The head of the Huang family revealed his name. Divine Dr. Chu's body shook, and he almost kowtowed. Your Majesty? Huang, 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 noble Shang. Huang family head had seen this kind of expression many times. He didn't know how many people had misunderstood this name, so he didn't care at all. He said, "It's not the emperor who entered the imperial court. Huang, Huang, clan master. Huang's clan master Huang, Huang clan. Divine Dr. Chu, you don't have to be so polite. Besides worrying about my son, I also want to ask you a question." Huang Shang squeezed out a smile on his thin face and said in a low voice, "Divine Dr. Chu, how confident are you in curing my son's illness?" Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, Huang Shang added, "To restore him to a normal man, that kind of cough, 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 that kind of power?" Chu Yang pondered and said, "But how confident is the Huang clan to find those few key medicines?" Huang Shang stroked his beard and said, "I've inquired about those few medicines through the law enforcement hall and asked the 5 big clans one after another. Finally, I've got their whereabouts. Our Huang clan has the poisonous, stinging iron cucumber. As for the absolute vine, we have 3 stalks in the Medicine Valley. Lifeless death water is stored in the Ling clan. And the life pangolin is in the Zhuge clan. As long as Divine Dr. Chu says that you're confident, I'll immediately send 200,000 purple crystals to the Medicine Valley, the Zhuge clan, and the Ling clan. I'll buy the medicines back at all costs." Chu Yang's heart shook. He thought, "Damn it, there's no comparison between the two. I'm so worried about the 30,000 purple crystals that I don't even know how to spend them. But this clan master Huang actually offered 200,000 purple crystals. He's indeed extremely rich, but he's also extremely concerned about his son." Chu Yang smiled and said, "As long as clan master Huang can get these few medicines, I can guarantee that once you get the medicines today, you'll be able to return to normal tomorrow. Not only that, but your ability will even surpass Changjin." "Good." Huang Shang clapped his hands and his face flushed red. He said, "Are you serious?" "I'm not lying." Chu Yang smiled slightly. "If I've lied to Clan Master Huang, then our Chu clan doesn't seem to be a match for the Huang clan." Chu Yang made a joke. Huang Shang laughed and said, "The Chu clan now is also gradually rising. Even I admire the Chu clan from the bottom of my heart for being so resourceful." "Clan Master Huang, you're too kind." Chu Yang smiled reservedly. Huang Shang put down one of his worries and walked out to whisper to a few of his men. Instantly, the few men's faces were full of joy. Then Huang Shang issued a series of orders, at all costs, with the fastest speed, with the shortest distance, with no matter what, "You must get the medicines." Immediately, a large number of attendants rushed out and rode away. After everything was arranged properly, Huang Shang came in with a face full of joy. "Divine Dr. Chu, this poison is really caused by the art of severing grandchildren, right?" Chu Yang was surprised and displeased. "Do you think that I've seen wrongly?" Huang Shang laughed and rubbed his hands. Then he thought of something and his face turned gloomy. He said, "To be honest, Divine Dr. Chu, these few days after receiving the news, I've immediately investigated the life of the art of severing descendants. Sa Wu Fei." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and pretended that he didn't take it to heart. He said, "Oh." In fact, he had pricked up his ears and paid full attention to it. Back then, Sa Wu Fei ran amok in Chongtian and did all kinds of evil deeds. No one knew how many descendants he had killed. Finally, he aroused public anger. 2 big clans sent their men to cooperate with the blood payers of the world to encircle and annihilate him. Huang Shang said, "Which 2 clans?" Chu Yang asked casually. "One of them is the number 1 dominant clan in Chongtian, the Yi clan. At that time, Yi Di, the number 1 expert of the younger generation of the Yi clan, was dispatched. He was also the ancestor of the Yi clan, a supreme martial artist. Now, no one knows if he's still in the world." When Huang Shang said the name Yi Di, his tone was full of respect. Yi Di. Chu Yang muttered to himself and remembered this name. And the other clan is the Shao clan. Shao Se, the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Shao clan, was dispatched as well. And when Shao Se became a martial saint later on, he mysteriously disappeared. That was 7,100 years ago. Huang Shang said slowly, and as far as I know, Sa Wufei was first severely injured by Yi Di and escaped with his injuries. Then he was killed by Shao Se. Huang Shang's voice was heavy. Chu Yang pondered and said, in other words, the one who killed Sa Wufei was Shao Se. And the first one to get Sa Wufei's corpse was also Shao Se. Exactly. Huang Shang nodded heavily. Chu Yang was silent. He knew that there were many things that Huang Shang needed to deduce by himself. If he said it, it would not have that effect. If that's the case, then Shao Se got Sa Wufei's art of severing descendants. Huang Shang said seriously. In these 7,000 years, the Shao clan must have had many people practicing it. Ever since the rise of our Huang clan, the Shao clan didn't pay much attention to us at first. That was until our Huang clan produced a brilliant Huang Feng. Huang Feng's ancestor was a peerless genius, and he unintentionally saved an important item of the Yi clan. They became sworn brothers and helped each other out. So things got out of hand. The Huang clan slowly grew. From a small clan, it developed into a huge clan in 300 years. Later on, the Huang clan's descendants also lived up to expectations. Generation after generation, the clan became more and more prosperous. Until 400 years ago, the Huang clan suddenly began to decline. Once the important members of the clan left, there would be no news about them. They would disappear without a trace. Moreover, the number of younger brothers in the clan was also very small. Later on, it was found that it was a small clan that poisoned them. Since then, it was peaceful for a few years. In the recent 200 years, things got worse. Several members of the Huang clan successively contracted this unspeakable disease, resulting in no descendants. There were also some who were mysteriously killed. In my generation, it was even worse. Of my 4 sons, 3 died in accidents one after another. The last one actually also. Huang Shang sighed, his eyes filled with intense hatred. I suspected the Shao clan more than once, but I never had any evidence. Today I finally understood. The origin of everything is in the hands of this art of severing descendants. The Shao clan schemes are truly deep and vicious. As long as the Huang clan's bloodline is cut off, the Huang clan will collapse without a fight. Moreover, such a slow decline won't attract any attention. It's more beneficial for them to gather the strength of the Huang clan after its decline. Huang Shang gritted his teeth. The Shao clan wants to cut off our Huang clan's bloodline. So, Clan Master Huang has already confirmed it, Chu Yang said lightly. Yes. Since that's the case, Clan Master Huang's visit today has brought me a lot of trouble. Chu Yang sighed. Trouble is destined, Huang Shang sighed. When Divine Dr. Chu took over Xiaolu, trouble was destined. Chu Yang let out no sound. Then he looked at him meaningfully and said, This sentence is not bad. Huang Shang's eyebrows were filled with ruthlessness. He said, Since the Shao clan can lay their hands on our Huang clan without any reason, why can't our Huang clan lay our hands on them? To be continued. Chapter 834. Chu Yang laughed. Clan Master Huang, whether it's the Shao clan or you who's attacking the Shao clan, this is your Huang clan's matter. Chu Yang's laughter was a little cold. Webb, yes, I've said too much. Huang Shang suddenly realized. He smiled and said, But I still have something to trouble Divine, Dr. Chu. Once the battle starts, there will be casualties. By then, I'll need Divine, Dr. Chu's help. Chu Yang said lightly, "When I practice medicine, I only recognize purple crystals, not people. As long as your Huang clan can pay enough purple crystals, I'll be able to bring you back to life. But if you don't have purple crystals, I can't help." He rolled his eyes and said, "This is my principle. Clan Master Huang, please fulfill my request. It has nothing to do with friendship, or hatred." Just now, Chu Yang suddenly felt suffocated. The meaning of this Clan Master Huang was very obvious, and he didn't even try to hide it. "I've come here with great fanfare, and the Shao clan must know. It's impossible for you to keep a secret and get away from this matter. So, you're already in my muddy water. So, it means that you're already on my boat. So, if our Huang clan has any requests, such as treating injuries, you can't just stand by and watch. Once our Huang clan is destroyed, you won't have a good ending." That was why he said, "Trouble is destined." But it was this sentence that expressed his current thoughts. How could King of Hell Chu feel good about this? Damn it, I've always been scheming against others, but someone's scheming against me. Besides, what did he mean by trouble is destined? What kind of logic is this? I've always been leisurely here to treat illnesses and earn purple crystals. Where did trouble come from? If your son didn't come, why would I have trouble? Now, not only did you send trouble to me, but you even magnified it. Not only magnified it, but you even want to make use of me? Therefore, King of Hell Chu didn't like this Huang clan's lord in his heart once he realized this. Huang Shang said a little embarrassedly, Of course. Divine Dr. Chu's loss must be compensated." He knew that his words had touched the sensitive nerves of this divine doctor. He couldn't hide his thoughts from him, so he was a little embarrassed. Marshal Yin Yang, new chapter Chu Yang, said, "Since that's the case, Clan Master Huang has taken out 200,000 purple crystals at once for your son's sake. Let's make up for the loss of my little shop first. Let's just make up for 1 month's worth. If the Huang family still hasn't sent the spiritual herbs a month later, we'll count it again." Huang Shang said straightforwardly, "Of course, but how many are there?" Chu Yang stretched out 2 fingers. 2,000 purple crystals. Although Huang Shang felt that this number was rather large, he still smiled and said, "No problem. That won't be a problem. No, it's 20,000 purple crystals." Chu Yang looked at him coldly. 20,000, the head of the Huang family shouted. "This is only a loss. You haven't said that it's the medical expenses." Chu Yang said indifferently, "I refuse to bargain. If Patriarch Huang thinks it's too expensive, you can take your son and leave. The medicine you took before is a gift from me. You're too kind, divine Dr. Chu." Although Huang Shang was the clan master of a big clan, he really didn't dare to be disrespectful to Chu Yang. He had just arrived here when he heard that the law enforcement master of the southeast region, Han Shaoren, had personally gone to the Chu clan to show his support. How could Huang Shang not have any scruples? Now that the Shao clan's matter was urgent, it wasn't good to complicate matters. His son and the inheritance of a big clan were still in Chu Yang's hands. He also couldn't offend Chu Yang, of course, if it weren't for the first 2 conditions. Clan Master Huang would have already brought divine Dr. Chu back. Would Chu Yang even have the chance to bargain with him? Isn't it just 20,000 purple crystals? And it's divine Dr. Chu's loss because of our Huang clan. It's only right that we compensate you." Huang Shang squinted his eyes and smiled. "Now that the compensation is settled, let's talk about the medical expenses." Chu Yang smiled. His smile was pure, but Huang Shang was very careful. "Divine Dr. Chu, you can say it. Until your son recovers, it'll probably cost 20,000 purple crystals." Chu Yang said generously, "The specific amount should be 23,000 purple crystals, but I don't want the 3,000 purple crystals. Since we're so familiar with each other, I'm also embarrassed to ask for more." He chuckled and said, "But I'm also embarrassed to ask for less. Patriarch Huang is willing to take out 200,000 purple crystals just for 3 stalks of poison without a frown. If I ask for less, it would be an insult to Patriarch Huang. Now that we're so familiar with each other, how can I insult you?" Divine Dr. Chu smiled kindly. "I feel that such a price is neither too much nor too little. Clan Master Huang, Clan Master Huang? You, what's wrong?" Huang Shang lowered his head and coughed for a while. After a long time, he raised his head and said, "Cough, cough, cough. Yes, neither too much nor too little. 20,000 purple crystals. Just right, cough, cough, haha, just right." He was extremely depressed. "You might as well insult me. Please come and insult me. Well, it's great that Clan Master Huang doesn't have any objections." Chu Yang smiled. Huang Shang was depressed. "Who said that I don't have any objections? I just didn't say," Chu Yang said sincerely. "Clan Master Huang, although we're familiar with each other, I rely on this to make a living. It's better to make some things clear in advance, lest there's a dispute later on." "If that happens, I'll be very embarrassed." Huang Shang instinctively felt that something was wrong. He stammered, "What is it?" Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly, rubbed his hands, and said shyly, "It's when your son recovers completely. What price does Clan Master Huang intend to use to thank me?" "Ah." Huang Shang was surprised. Even a sly old fox like Huang Shang also felt a little uncomfortable when this sentence was said so bluntly. Of course, in today's eyes, this matter is very normal. But at that time, Chu Yang still felt a little embarrassed to cover up this matter. At that time, even if you went to the brothel, you still had to listen to music first. Chu Yang said excitedly, "You see, once Duke Huang's injuries are healed, the Huang clan's grandchildren will be multiplied immediately. Ha ha ha. Besides, after Duke Huang has undergone my divine treatment, his ability will definitely surpass that of ordinary people by many times. Clan Master Huang, the day when you can enjoy your grandchildren to the fullest is just around the corner. This is something that's worth looking forward to and celebrating. Then, for a great contributor like me, I think Clan Master Huang won't be stingy, right?" Divine Dr. Chu asked expectantly. Huang Shang only felt a little bitter in his mouth, as if the family business that his ancestors had accumulated for generations was about to grow wings and fly away at this moment. He gritted his teeth, frowned, stamped his feet, and said, "At that time I'll add another 20,000 purple crystals for Divine Dr. Chu. 20,000? Chu Yang dragged his voice with dissatisfaction. 20,000? Ha ha, 25,000. Huang Shang said painfully. Clan Master Huang still doesn't pay much attention to the bloodline inheritance. Chu Yang sighed. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. 30,000. Veins on Huang Shang's forehead bulged. Deal. Divine Dr. Chu snapped his fingers and smiled like a flower. Clan Master Huang, please take a seat. I let them serve tea. Huang Shang was like a deflated ball. He sat on the chair and wrinkled his face. This Divine Dr. Chu is a greedy ghost. He wants money as if he's peeling off someone's skin. Oh, yes. Divine Dr. Chu turned back again and asked for confirmation. The 30,000 that Clan Master Huang said is purple crystals, right? Huang Shang roared angrily. Do you think I'll give you silver? That's good, that's good. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Shang rolled his eyelids, exhaled, and closed his eyes. He didn't even want to look at this divine doctor now. Even if you have something, you shouldn't be sick. Even if you don't have something, you shouldn't be poor. Clan Master Huang now had a deeper understanding of this sentence. If you're sick, all your family's assets will be at the disposal of the doctors. With such a black-hearted mental cultivation method, how many families' assets can't be emptied out? Huang Shang secretly made up his mind. When dealing with the Shao clan, I'll snatch as much as I can. I'll try my best to recoup my losses first, but he didn't know that the reason why he paid such a high price was because he had offended Chu Yang. He shouldn't have schemed so much against Chu Yang. What Chu Yang hated the most was being schemed against and used by others. Huang Shang had touched his reverse scale. How could he not be ruthlessly slaughtered by him with his lion's mouth wide open? Of course, if Huang Shang knew the whole story of this matter, and knew that he had taken out 70,000 purple crystals for something that could be settled with 10,000 purple crystals, he would probably have the heart to pull out his own tongue. That night, Huang Shang brought his men to stay at the inn nearby. 2 martial saints were left to protect Huang Xiaoliu. Huang Xiaoliu was tormented by divine Dr. Chu's medicine, and he fell asleep very early. In the middle of the night, the stars were dim. In Chu Yang's room, Chu Yang was dressed in black and sat in front of the bed. He took out a grass figurine that was about the size of a human from the tribulation space and put it under the quilt. After covering the quilt, he took out a strange object with holes in it. One end was thick while the other was thin. He gently placed it under the window and held his breath. A gentle breeze blew in from the window. Chu Yang adjusted the direction of the strange object. When he showed a satisfied smile on his face, there was suddenly a light breathing sound in the room. It was like the most natural breathing sound of a person sleeping soundly. But Chu Yang had already held his breath. Where did this breathing sound come from? It turned out to be the strange object that Chu Yang placed by the window. This object was dug out from the memory of the first tribulation swordmaster, and Chu Yang made it with great care. It was an excellent item to deceive others. It was called someone in the room. This object could adjust the best effect of sleeping and breathing according to the direction of the wind, and let others know that someone was sleeping soundly in the room. It seemed inconspicuous, but in the martial world this object was very useful. The most important thing was that it didn't cost much to make this object. As long as one knew the method, one could make it with any stone. Chu Yang was especially interested in it, so he made this object at the first moment, and it came in handy now. Everything was arranged properly. Chu Yang's divine sense sank into his consciousness space and asked, "Sword Spirit, are you ready?" 100 votes. Chapter 835. The Sword Spirit smiled gently, and his smile was full of killing intent. He said, "Do we really want to kill them?" Chu Yang smiled coldly. "Not only do we want to kill them, we want to kill them to our heart's content." The Sword Spirit said, "Since that's the case, then let's have a great massacre." Chu Yang chuckled. Net 7 by 24 hours of non-stop novel updates. Sword Spirit, this time you must remember that our mission is like this, like this. The Sword Spirit nodded deeply. "Don't worry. It's absolutely foolproof." A black shadow floated out of the open window like a black cloud. It spun with the wind and soared into the sky. It flashed in the air and disappeared without a trace. In the side room, the 2 martial saints of the Huang clan were meditating. One of them suddenly opened his eyes and frowned, saying, "There's movement." The next moment, the 2 of them had already reached the courtyard silently. With a flash of their figures, one of them had already flown up to the roof like a gust of wind. Looking into the distance, they saw that the surroundings were silent. There were only the stars and the bright moon in the sky. "There's no one," the person on the roof said softly. "Strange." The person below frowned. Then the 2 of them stopped talking at the same time and listened to the movements in each room. In Chulu's room, Chulu's soft breathing could be heard. Even though this little girl was asleep, her breathing was still soft and weak. In Huang Xiaoliu's room, Huang Gongzheng was sleeping with his limbs spread out. His snoring sounds could be heard, and he would occasionally whistle and grind his teeth in Chu Yang's room. A soft breathing sound could be heard continuously, indicating that the owner of this sound was asleep, and he was sleeping peacefully. There's really nothing unusual. The two saint-level experts looked at each other before they entered the room. After a while, the two of them flew out from two different directions at the same time. They circled around the purple crystals Huichan Hall once before they climbed up and looked around. They still didn't see anything unusual. Net 7 by 24 hours of non-stop novel updates. Their vigilance and experience in the martial world were undoubtedly revealed in these two operations. But they still didn't discover anything. They couldn't help but be amazed. It's really strange. There's obviously that bleak and sharp aura fluctuation of the vicissitudes of life. Why is there nothing unusual? One of them frowned in bewilderment. That's true. You're not the only one who felt that aura. Even I felt it. If an expert came, then this person's cultivation is definitely above ours. It's just that invincible loneliness that disturbed us. Could it be that he's just passing by? The other person was also puzzled. That can't be. How could such an expert pass by so late at night? The saint-level expert who spoke earlier muttered in a low voice. It's really strange that I've encountered such an inexplicable thing on my first night here. That divine Dr. Chu has been staying here every day, but he's used to it. That guy, I reckon he won't wake up even if there's a thunderstorm on a sunny day. Look at how he's sleeping so soundly. I wonder what kind of good dreams he's having. The two of them shook their heads as they walked into the room. That night, the two of them were even more vigilant, not daring to close their eyes. However, he didn't find anything. What they didn't know was that the abnormal aura that had aroused their vigilance was already dozens of kilometers away. Shao family branch. Ever since Xiao Yuqing came back from the Chu clan, he looked like a toad who was about to explode from anger. His mouth and eyes were crooked. He had just taken up the position and was thinking of ways to establish his authority in the flat mountain ridge. In the end, not only did he fail to establish his authority, he was also slapped in the face. Until now, Xiao Yuqing's face was still burning from Chu Yang's abuse. He had lost all his face in front of his subordinates. However, the situation at that time was special, and he really couldn't flare up or take action. He had to suffer in silence. Xiao Yulong kicked down the doors of more than 10 houses on the way. After he came back, he drank a few cups of wine to drown his sorrows, and his chest felt even more stifled. Marshal Yin Yang at the side, the faces of the 8 emperor-level experts were all ugly. Among these 8 people, 4 brought by Xiao Yuqing, and the other 4 were the remaining 4 people after Xiao Yulong's incident. This is intolerable. Xiao Yuqing drank another cup of wine, picked up a piece of fragrant fox's buttocks, and bit on it fiercely. Ordinary people liked to eat meat from other places, but Xiao Yuqing had a weird fetish. No matter if it was pork, chicken, or mutton, he liked to eat buttocks. Fragrant fox was a delicacy, but the buttocks of fragrant fox were also more disgusting. As everyone knew, all foxes had a stink gland in their bodies. Yes, the stink gland of fragrant fox was in their buttocks. Naturally, the meat from other places was delicious, but the buttocks meat, not to mention having a strange smell. Even if there wasn't, it would really make people suspicious. But Xiao Yuqing still liked to eat buttocks, and he chewed loudly. The 8 subordinates could only accompany him to eat. In fact, they just watched him eat. You're just a kid. How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you disregard me, Xiao Yuqing? Xiao Yuqing's face was ferocious, and he bit on the buttocks of fragrant fox with big mouthfuls. He didn't forget to scold. I, Xiao Yuqing, will definitely take revenge for this humiliation. He ate the buttocks in big mouthfuls. This little bastard, just because he has the support of the law enforcement officers. He actually dares to be so lawless. He ate the buttocks in big mouthfuls. I will definitely take revenge for Xiao Yulong. Xiao Yulong can't die in vain. He ate the buttocks in big mouthfuls. Little bastard. Ah. Xiao Yuqing was obviously a little crazy, and he tore the buttocks of Fragrant Fox crazily and chewed with big mouthfuls. His eyes were ferocious. The 8 martial emperors sat there like wooden blocks. The 8 of them had never seen Xiao Yuqing in a rage before, and they didn't expect that Xiao Yulong would vent his anger in such a way. Looking at the table full of pig buttocks, chicken buttocks, duck buttocks, sheep buttocks, cow buttocks, Fragrant Fox buttocks, the 8 of them felt that their throats were twitching. At the beginning, they could still scold along with Xiao Yuqing, but now their anger had been completely dispersed by this clan leader Zhao's crazy act of eating the buttocks. Everyone's throats seemed to be swallowing something. Don't you think this is infuriating? Xiao Yuqing raised his head and drank a cup of wine. He threw away the Fragrant Fox buttocks in his hand, grabbed a big piece of duck buttocks and bit into it. Just at this moment, a sharp scream suddenly resounded through the sky. Along with this scream, the entire Xiao clan's branch hall was in chaos. Xiao Yuqing was still in a daze, but the 8 martial experts had already rushed out of the hall. At this moment, the 8 of them even had the feeling of finally being free. Damn it, it's better to go out and fight with the enemy than to stay here and watch this guy eat buttocks crazily. I really don't understand. What's so good about this buttocks? I don't know if this guy eats human buttocks or not. He's a branch of the Xiao clan, but he actually has such a weird fetish. I've heard of people who lack maternal love and like women's breasts, but I've never heard of people who lack love for buttocks since childhood. It's really disgusting. Xiao Yulong shouted and threw down the duck buttocks. He strode out of the hall and shouted, "Why are you shouting in the middle of the night?" But the next moment he shut his mouth. He saw a ghostly black shadow coming in from the direction of the gate. His movements were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The sword in his hand was shining brilliantly. Even when this black-robed man saw the Xiao clan's martial artists coming out with all their might, he would even wait for a while. Behind him, there were corpses lying in a mess. There were already 40 to 50 corpses. Everyone was either stabbed in the throat or the chest. Fresh blood flowed silently on the ground in the dark night and gathered into a pool of blood at the gate. This black-robed man walked slowly towards the pool of blood and corpses. Hundreds of Xiao clan's martial artists rushed up like a tide and attacked ferociously, but they actually couldn't stop this man's footsteps. He actually stopped and waited for someone to come up and die. "Who are you?" Xiao Yuqing shouted hoarsely. The black-robed masked man actually raised his head calmly and looked at Xiao Yuqing, who was on the steps with a deep look. This look seemed to have cut through time and space and connected with the ancient times. On the steps, everyone, including Xiao Yuqing, felt a bleak, cold, and lonely aura, which seemed to have hit their hearts hard. Everyone felt a sense of loneliness that made them want to cry at the same time. At this moment, this peculiar mental stirring made him forget his fear and rage. They were actually stunned for a while, and their spirits seemed to have stopped at this moment, but also seemed to have entered a wonderful state. Then, they heard a series of screams again. Everyone was shocked at the same time. What kind of magical skill is this? What kind of cultivation is this? It was a mess. The black-robed man laughed loudly and said lightly, "It's time to have a good talk with you." Suddenly, his black robe rose gradually, and a dense sword light spread out like the halo of the bright moon in the sky. Slowly, it drew out a big circle with a radius of 500 feet. The Xiao clan's martial artists who were attacking from all directions froze at the same time. They didn't move at all. The black-robed man smiled and walked towards the steps with ease. After he took 10 steps, there was a bang behind him, and the remaining 100 martial artists fell to the ground at the same time. The power of his sword actually killed more than 100 martial artists at the same time. Everyone was in the same position. Everyone's lower body was still upright, but their upper body flew out and fell neatly in front of their own feet. Even the direction in which the blood was splattered was actually the same. Even if they had rehearsed it thousands of times, they would definitely not be able to do it so neatly. The black-robed man walked for another 10 steps and suddenly sighed. "Why are you still standing when you're all dead?" As his voice sounded, there was a bang behind him, and the lower bodies of the 100 martial artists fell down at the same time, in a pool of blood. The black-robed man raised his head and looked at the person on the steps. He smiled lightly and said, "Don't go. Don't be anxious. I'll be there soon." 200 votes and more. Chapter 836. Who exactly are you? What deep hatred does our Shao clan have with you? How dare you be so vicious? Xiao Yuqing's teeth chattered as he spoke. Webb, being in the pugilistic world, everyone had seen a lot of battles and killings. Killing people while gnashing their teeth wasn't scary at all. But it was rare to see someone like this man in black, whose eyes were calm from beginning to end and whose voice was as gentle as usual, as if he was attending a banquet instead of a massacre. Not only Xiao Yuqing was scared, everyone was scared. This man's cold-bloodedness wasn't cruelty. Instead, it had a kind of strange freedom, as if he had seen through life and seen through the essence of life. So vicious. This man in black seemed to smile. Strangely, he was wearing a mask, but everyone clearly felt that he was smiling at this moment. "Is it vicious?" The man in black asked softly. As he spoke, he moved forward. His sleeves fluttered, and he said, "Compared to your Shao clan's way of making people die without descendants, my method is really too gentle." As he spoke, he had already walked to within 100 feet. Suddenly he frowned and said softly, "You're standing too high. I'm not used to looking up and talking like this." Then he stretched out his right hand and pressed down gently. He glanced outwards. With a boom, Xiao Yuqing and the others suddenly realized that they were already standing on flat ground. The 18 high steps actually disappeared into thin air. On one side, at a distance of 200 feet, there were 18 steps standing alone. There wasn't any hall or house behind the steps. This man in black actually moved all the steps away with one palm from the feet of the people who were standing on the steps. And these people were all emperor-level experts, but they actually felt like they were in a dream. This kind of skill was extremely close to a legend. It's much more comfortable to talk now. At least, I don't have to look up. That's too tiring. The black-masked man said faintly, "What do you think?" Xiao Yuqing's breathing became hurried. "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding." "Yes, there's definitely no misunderstanding." The masked man in black was none other than the sword spirit. He chuckled and said, "How could there be a misunderstanding about the matter of not having any descendants?" Xiao Yuqing said anxiously, "Senior, you keep talking about the matter of not having any descendants, but I've never heard of it. Our Shao clan, as one of the ruling aristocratic families in the heavens, would definitely not do such a cruel thing." The sword spirit laughed strangely. "You are not qualified to know." He paused for a moment and said bleakly, "You only need to know that this old man has killed people today with great satisfaction. Killing to the satisfaction of everyone. Killed to take revenge. That's enough." A faint murderous look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Shao clan, when you reach the netherworld, help me pass a message to Xiao Se. Tell him that what he did to others in the past, what his grandson did to others, today I will do to his Shao clan." Xiao Yuqing was shocked and said, "Senior." "Senior." The sword spirit's body floated up, and he stretched out his palm. With a clang, a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was as if the long sword was hidden in his body, and with a thought, the long sword would come out from his palm. Then he took a stride and slid out a distance of 100 feet in the air. He said lightly, "This is the first hall of the Shao clan that will be buried. There will be a second one, a third one." The long sword suddenly turned into a scorching sun in the air. It fell down with a loud bang. But this unparalleled momentum had already taken away the minds of the few people, and their souls were scattered. They were scared out of their wits. They shouted at the same time and attacked. But Xiao Yuqing threw out his long sword at the moment when the 8 martial emperors attacked at the same time. His body swayed and he flew backwards. The sword spirit snorted coldly. "Although I want you to stay alive to report the news, you shouldn't be so impatient." He turned his left palm, and his palm spat out. "Net." At the same time, the long sword in his hand came into contact with the weapons of the 8 martial emperors. With a soft clang, a sword broke. The sword spirit's long sword continued to cut into the neck of the martial emperor without any pause. With a puff, a head flew up. The sword spirit's long sword had already broken the second person's saber and cut into the second person's neck. Then came the third sword, the third person, the fifth person. A simple wave of the sword was enough to destroy everything in its path. Any ingenious moves were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, melting without a trace in front of the sword. The 8th person's sword was broken into 2 pieces, and his body was broken in half. At the same time, Xiao Yuqing, who had already run for more than 300 feet, felt as if he was suddenly hit by a huge hammer. His body, which was running at high speed, suddenly became sluggish. He fell to the ground without a sound. The sword spirit floated up and landed beside him. All the bones in Xiao Yuqing's body had been shattered by his palm. For the rest of his life, he would never be able to use his own power to do anything. Including eating, drinking, and defecating, there was only one purpose left for him: to say a few words. "Don't forget to tell your Xiao clan that you will suffer retribution for not having any descendants," the sword spirit said lightly. Then the black-robed figure floated up and flashed on the roof. With a shake of his hands, a few sparks flew out. The entire Xiao clan branch was set ablaze. In the fire, the black-robed figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a corpse, a pool of blood, and a half-dead Xiao Yuqing. It seemed that the sword spirit had forgotten that Xiao Yuqing couldn't move at all. This fire would roast Xiao Yuqing alive. Then he would lose the purpose of his message. Soon after the sword spirit's black-robed silhouette disappeared, a few more silhouettes rushed over as if they were flying. These people's movements were extremely fast this time. Their cultivations were much higher. Who did such a vicious thing? The first person had thin eyes, a pair of eyebrows that were like short swords, and a tall figure. His whole person was like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath. Although he didn't show his ability, he was extremely dangerous. Even with a sweep of his eyes, there seemed to be sword light shooting out. This was the second stage of a sword cultivator's cultivation after reaching the level of a sword emperor. The first stage of a sword cultivator was commonly known as the martial emperor sword emperor. At this time, his whole body was like a sword, and he couldn't hide his ability at all. Just like a treasure sword that had just come out of the furnace, he couldn't wait to show his peerlessness to the whole world. Domineering and sharp, he would kill anyone who blocked him. He would respect himself as a king. But at the second stage, his ability would be restrained. Although he would still be aggressive, he would be able to hide his aura. This was the sword monarch, commonly known as the sword monarch. When an emperor had the aura of a monarch, he would be a monarch that was taking shape. At this moment, he would no longer act arbitrarily. Instead, he would have concerns and thoughts. In other words, he had matured a little. The third stage was the sword monarch. At that time, he would be a real monarch, majestic and lofty. At the fourth stage, his ability would be restrained again. He would cultivate step by step until he was no different from an ordinary person. That was the highest realm of swordsmanship, returning to one's natural state. At that time, even heaven and earth would be a sharp sword, and this black-clothed man who had rushed over was a 100% sword emperor. "There's no one alive." The 2 men he brought along quickly circled around the corpses and came to this conclusion. This person raised his sword-like eyebrows and shot out like a sword. He quickly turned around, and his eyes flashed with sword light. What a powerful sword! The other two men asked. Seventh Master, this man cultivates swordsmanship. That's right, cultivates swordsmanship. And although his cultivation isn't as pure as mine, his power is far above mine. This man was the sword genius of the Shao clan, Seventh Master Shao. There was a huge change in the flat mountain ridge. Even Shao Yulong was killed. How could the Shao clan not send people over? With the Shao clan's cautiousness, how could they let Shao Yuqing take charge of the overall situation? He was just a puppet on the surface. But Seventh Master Shao was one step too late. The 17 people at the door were killed by one sword. Seventh Master Shao looked at these corpses and paid attention to the direction where the corpses fell, the distance and direction where the blood splattered, and the density of the blood closest to the corpses. He didn't miss a single drop and said, "This man's sword moves as he pleases." After entering the door, more than 10 people died here. Obviously, that man stayed here for a while and was besieged. He shouldn't have stayed here. With his swordsmanship, these people couldn't stop him at all. Why did he stay here? Seventh Master Shao looked at the clean wounds on the corpses and frowned as he pondered. Unless he deliberately waited here to be besieged and then killed all of them. When he came here, he obviously found his target. So the 113 people here were cut in half by his sword at the waist at the same time. One sword? He killed 113 people at the same time? The other two men raised their heads in shock. That's right. Seventh Master Shao stood at the place where the sword spirit swung his sword at that time. Looking at the corpses around him, Seventh Master Zhao's face turned solemn. He pulled out his long sword and made a slash. He closed his eyes as if he was experiencing and imitating this person's action at that time. After a long time, he shook his head disappointedly. "I can't do it." He sighed. This person's swordsmanship is really unpredictable. He kills people like grass. His viciousness is also rarely seen in the world. Then he saw the lonely 18 steps, the 8 corpses, and the broken weapons on the ground. His eyes revealed a strong desire to fight, and he muttered, "What an overbearing martial art! What an overbearing sword! If I can fight with this person." Seventh Master Shao raised his head and frowned. His eyes were deep. A low groan of pain came from not far away. "There's still a survivor here. It's Shao Yuqing." One of them hurriedly jumped over. He looked down and exclaimed, "All the bones in his body have been turned into powder. He can't move at all. Seventh Master, if you want to ask him something, you can only ask him like this. If he moves, he'll die immediately." Seventh Master Shao strode over and looked down at Shao Yuqing. "Shao Yuqing?" Seventh Master. Shao Yuqing groaned weakly. "What's the matter?" Seventh Master Shao asked. 300 votes. Chapter 837, Part 7, Part 113. Threading the Needle update, it's a masked man in black. Shao Yuqing's memory was even a little blurred. Net Seventh Master Shao pointed his finger at Shao Yuqing's forehead like a sword, and a pure sword essence penetrated into his forehead. It was like a complete coolness that watered Shao Yuqing's mind. Sword heart autumn water. This wasn't a finger, but a sword. This sword was filled with a chilling and sobering power. Although the person's head would be smashed into pieces after the sword, and there was absolutely no hope of survival, it could support a dying person to finish what he wanted to say. This was the means of the Sword Emperor. "Speak," Seventh Master Shao said in a low voice. The masked man in black had a bleak and vicissitude aura. He killed as soon as he came. He killed his way in from the gate. Xiao Yuqing was shocked and recalled carefully. I asked him what hatred he had. He said the hatred of severing his descendants. Xiao Yuqing said intermittently. Seventh Master Zhao's face became more and more serious, and a chill condensed into frost on his face. Then, I don't know anything. Xiao Yuqing finally finished speaking, and the power of the Sword Heart Autumn Water was about to explode. Suddenly he felt an overwhelming pain, and he screamed, Seventh Master, give me a quick death. Obviously, he had found out about his miserable state. Severing my descendants, for severing my descendants, revenge. Seventh Master, Xiao muttered to himself. Without looking at the sword in his hand, he stabbed it into Xiao Yuqing's throat. Send a message to Xiao Sei. Xiao Sei. His well-defined face was full of contemplation. Suddenly he snorted and said, Could it be the Huang clan? At this moment, the power of the Sword Heart Autumn Water exploded in Xiao Yuqing's head. With a bang, Xiao Yuqing's head exploded like a watermelon. Seventh Master Zhao's robe fluttered, blocking the flesh and blood outside. He was still in contemplation. Author's note: Pure TXT novels are updated 24/7 nonstop. The people of the Huang clan came to the flat mountain ridge this afternoon. An expert beside him said thoughtfully, and his eyes flashed fiercely. Does the Huang family have the guts to attack us here? Seventh Master Xiao raised his sword-like eyebrows. His gaze was cold. Isn't it too brazen? Another person next to him quietly said, When people reach a dead end, they will have no descendants. Now that they have found the culprit, I'm afraid no one would be able to remain calm. If it's the Huang clan, then who is it? Seventh Master Xiao pondered and said, I still think it's impossible. Although the Huang clan feels wronged and indignant, it's not very rational to take action at this time. Even though he was a sword maniac, how could his intelligence be doubted since he was able to cultivate to the Sword Emperor realm? He was definitely a genius among geniuses. After thinking about it, he found a loophole. Besides, who in the Huang clan could emit such a desolate aura? Seventh Master Xiao frowned. That person is at least 1,000 years old. After a long period of loneliness, he could emit such an aura. And he's using a sword. Although he isn't a sword emperor, his standard is able to surpass me, a sword emperor. Who is it? Seventh Master. Xiao couldn't figure it out. He waved his hand and said, Send a message to the clan. Check all the famous seniors of the Huang clan in the past 2,000 years. Yes. Clean up this place and throw all the corpses into the fire. Yes. Collect all the wealth inside. We're going to set off. Yes. Seventh Master. Zhao's eyes were deep. Looking at the fire in the sky, he muttered to himself, Why do I feel that there's a big net falling from the sky? Is there going to be a big crisis? Just when Seventh Master Xiao arrived at the fire, Chu Yang, who was possessed by the sword spirit, entered a dense forest at lightning speed. His black robe was fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the top of the tallest tree. Standing on the tree, he moved up and down with the wind. At this moment, Chu Yang's huge spiritual power was completely combined with the sword spirit's spiritual power. His spiritual power spread out in all directions. Author's note: Pure TXT novels are updated 24/7 nonstop. There's obviously a sword intent coming from the sky towards the fire. It must be the main mission of the Xiao clan. Why don't you let me kill him? The sword spirit asked discontentedly. Do you still want to keep him alive? If you kill him, who's going to pass the message back? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Besides, killing him is only secondary. Keeping this person alive is far more useful than killing him for a moment. The sword spirit was silent for a while and said, You're thinking too fast. Do you think that we can really shift the blame to the Huang clan by doing this? Let the Xiao clan believe it? You should know that this method is considered inferior. The Shao clan won't be fooled. Chu Yang laughed. We didn't let them be fooled directly. As long as they have some doubts in their hearts, it'll be fine. Now, the Huang clan has an excuse to take action, but the Shao clan still lacks an excuse. And our killing this time is purely to give the Shao clan an excuse to take action. That's all. If they decide to take action, no matter whether this matter is true or not, it'll be a reason. Reason? Then, why do you still want to include Yi Wubua? The sword spirit was a little puzzled about this. Since you've already shifted the blame to the Huang clan, why do you still want to involve the Yi clan at this moment? Won't this make things even more complicated and confusing? I naturally have my reasons for involving Yi Wubua. Only by making this matter even more mysterious and unpredictable. Then it'll be more interesting. By the way, have you found Yi Wubua? Chu Yang asked. Don't worry. The sword spirit closed his eyes and carefully sensed the aura within the search area. Yi Wubua has suffered such a big loss here. He'll definitely not be willing to retreat like this. Chu Yang said affirmatively, so as long as we're determined to find him, we'll definitely be able to find him. There's no doubt about this. Yi Wubua's character is obstinate and self-opinionated. How can he be willing to be played by others? The sword spirit nodded and agreed with Chu Yang. He'll definitely wait to fight with 7th Master Shao to vent his anger. And 7th Master Shao from the Shao clan is the highest person in charge of the Shao clan this time. Chu Yang nodded. This news comes from the law enforcement master of the southeast region. It's definitely Han Sharon's news. The sword spirit agreed. If the news that Han Sharon got from the southeast region was still wrong, then the Shao clan would really become a big joke. This was the reason why Chu Yang mentioned the words 7th Master to Yi Wubua that day after he talked with Han Shaoran. When Han Shaoran said that, he didn't mean it intentionally, but Chu Yang listened attentively. He would store all the information that was beneficial to himself in his mind. Once it was useful, he would be able to pull it out immediately. Chu Yang wouldn't be able to shift the blame to someone who didn't have any basis or couldn't be triggered immediately. If he wanted to do something, he would do something big. 7th Master wasn't something he said casually. How many 7th Masters were there in the world? Or in big clans, there were many 7th Masters. But how many 7th Masters could have the cultivation of a sword emperor? In the entire heavens, only 7th Master Shao from the Shao clan could have such a cultivation. Since Han Shaoran knows that 7th Master Shao is coming, with the ability of the Yi clan's intelligence network, it's impossible for Yi Wubua to not know. Chu Yang said heavily. So, Yi Wubua is definitely looking for 7th Master Shao. The sword spirit concluded. And with such a big thing happening in the Shao clan's branch, it's impossible for 7th Master Shao to not be there. That sharp sword intent is very likely to be him, Chu Yang said. So you're thinking, as long as you find Yi Wubua and lure him a little, you can make him go to the fire to look for 7th Master Shao. Then you can make this matter more complicated. So you don't just want to cause a war between the Huang clan and the Shao clan, but also want to drag the Yi clan into a war between the 3 clans? The sword spirit smiled. Of course, although the Huang clan is powerful enough, it's still too weak compared to the Shao clan. If they really shed all pretenses and fight to the death, the Huang clan is definitely not the Shao clan's opponent. Chu Yang said lightly. Of course I have to find an ally for the Huang clan, now that Yi Wubua has come to the southeast region. If I don't find him, who else can I find? Insidious. The sword spirit laughed. You're wrong. Chu Yang smiled. Yi Wubua is now racking his brains to find 7th Master Shao. Now that I've sent 7th Master Shao to him, Yi Wubua should be grateful to me. After we're done with this, we can watch the show, Chu Yang said. Find Yi Wubua as soon as possible. The sword spirit laughed. Your way of thinking is indeed different from the others. Well, let me accompany you to complete the embryonic stage of this war between the three clans." Immediately, a trace of complacency appeared in the sword spirit's smiling eyes. "I've found Yi Wubwa." The fluctuation of the Yi clan's unique martial arts is extremely obvious. "Where is he?" Chu Yang asked excitedly. 3,000 feet away." The sword spirit smiled gently. The next moment, the black figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. It flew out like a wisp of flowing smoke. The black figure swept across the ground silently. Behind him, the patch of green trees that had once borne the weight of a person swayed gently in the breeze. It seemed that it didn't realize that a person weighing more than 50 kilograms was standing on it just now. Yi Wubwa's face was gloomy. He was sitting quietly in the room. Ever since he returned to this temporary residence, Yi Wubwa had been meditating here. Although he was a little obstinate and self-opinionated, he wasn't a fool. Chu Feilong's matter was dealt with cleanly and neatly in a fit of rage. Now that such a long time had passed, his mind had gradually calmed down, and he had discovered a lot of suspicious points. Chu Feilong shouldn't have exposed himself in front of him after setting up a trap. He shouldn't have brought his 2 sons along. Chu Yang was only a doctor without any cultivation. Why did Chu Feilong think that he could withstand his interrogation? Since he couldn't withstand it, then Chu Feilong's actions couldn't be explained at all. But what he used was the triple-stage soul seizure, the top-secret martial arts of the Yi clan that was only passed down to females. Would there be any loopholes? Yi Wubwa reprimanded the old man's guess, but he himself started to be suspicious. After he came back last night, he immediately used a secret technique to send out his doubts. Has the triple-stage soul seizure ever failed? 400 votes. Thank you to the 2 Alliance Masters for your tips. Thank you to all my brothers and sisters for your tips. There are too many people, so I can't list them one by one. I can only say one sentence. Heartfelt thanks. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.